Chapter 2019. Ah! Big loss. Big loss. In a deserted alley to the north of Eulalia, Loki was walking in front of the group while constantly shouting. I never thought that I, Loki, would suffer such a big loss one day. I really didn't expect it. The group of first-level adventurers following behind Loki were extremely helpless. Especially Noah, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Unfortunately, Loki was still yelling. The yelling made Loki's people feel a little annoyed. I say, are you done calling me that? Riveria raised her beautiful eyebrows. If this goes on, it will really make people feel very annoyed. Tiona and Tioni immediately agreed. Yeah. I feel a little annoyed. The words of the Amazon twins undoubtedly made Loki even more dissatisfied. Do you have any sympathy? Loki continued to sigh. I'm so sad, and you're still scolding me. How can I have a group of inconsiderate children like you? With that, Loki glanced at Noah again and sighed. Why did I agree to such a bad deal? Bad deal. It really wasn't worth it. One must know that Loki had to pay a lot to recruit Noah into his clan. Having a godslayer in the clan tribe would not only affect the clan tribe's reputation, but it would also affect the number of new members who joined the clan. Loki paid such a price to recruit Noah into his clan, but in exchange, he had to protect the clan of his sworn enemy, Hastia, for the rest of Noah's life. That was fine. If he could get Noah to join his clan, then protecting the clan of that poor godslayer for 100 years would not be a loss. The reason that really made Loki feel unbalanced was Noah's second condition. I paid so much, and in the end, it's just a temporary addition. He'll have to leave sooner or later. It's not worth it, is it? Loki kept complaining. I really want to ask myself if I had too much to drink before I agreed to this. Loki's words were not without reason. He paid so much for Noah's joining, but in the end, Noah stated that he would leave sooner or later, and they still had to fulfill the conditions they agreed to before. It was a loss no matter how he thought about it. Not to mention Loki, even Noah felt that this was a bit too much. The matter of protecting Hastia's clan could be repaid with Noah's joining. But Noah's joining was not only a benefit, but also an unavoidable disadvantage. In the end, it was the title of Godslayer that caused the trouble. In fact, Noah already had a solution for this. He planned to propose it when Loki refused his conditions to prevent Loki's clan from being affected by his joining. In that way, Loki should agree. Unexpectedly, before Noah could propose the solution, Loki gritted his teeth and agreed. This surprised Noah. Who would have thought that just joining for a short period of time would cost so much, and that Loki would actually agree? It seems that this evil god appreciates him more than he thought. Seeing that Loki still had the tendency to continue complaining, Noah sighed. Well, don't look like you've been cheated by me. At least, I promise you that my joining will never bring harm to Loki's clan. Is that okay? Won't bring harm. The people of Loki's clan were startled and stopped. Won't bring harm. Loki was also surprised, and then he looked at Noah. Under the gaze of all the people of Loki's clan, Noah smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and slowly wiped his face. What? All the people of Loki's clan exclaimed out loud. Even Aze, who had been silent, opened her pair of gem-like eyes wide and froze there. Under Noah's swipe, the face that appeared before everyone's eyes was no longer that familiar face. Instead, it was a completely unfamiliar face. It was a standard common face, the kind that would never be recognized in a crowd. Compared to this face, Noah's original appearance was many times more handsome. With such a common face, Noah opened his hand, as if showing his appearance to everyone, and said so. Now, can you still recognize me? Hearing this, everyone came to their senses. Loki, Riveria, and Rifia all cried out in surprise. Transformation magic? Yes. Transformation magic. To be more precise, it should be transformation magic. Noah infused his magic power with the imagination of transformation, changing himself into another appearance. Admittedly, in terms of magic, Noah's talent was almost in the aspect of crush, and only when using crush was the most powerful. However, that didn't mean that Noah couldn't inject his imagination into his magic. Like the magic of fire, Noah could also use it, but it was far from the level where it could be used in battle. And this transformation magic was based on the same principle. Noah could transform into the rest of his appearance by infusing his magic power into his imagination of transformation. After all, as Noah's wife, Mira not only used superb reception magic, but was also a first-class expert in transformation magic. With such a wife, although Noah didn't learn transformation magic, he had a deeper imagination in the aspect of transformation. With such a wife, he could smoothly inject his magic and use it to transform. As long as I use this appearance to join Loki's clan, then no one will know that the infamous God Slayer is in this clan, right? Noah scratched his face after the transformation and spread out his hands. This way, Loki's clan won't be implicated by me. Lord Loki, are you satisfied? Not bad, not bad. Loki nodded repeatedly. He even walked around Noah. After a while, he frowned and said, "Don't worry, Noah. However, if you only change your face, then you can still see a lot of things." Tiona, Tioni, and Leafia also nodded and spoke to each other. I always feel that I can still see the shadow of the little brother. Even if he doesn't look amazing, his temperament hasn't changed much. I also think that if you look carefully, you can still recognize Mr. Noah. The three girls' words made Finn, Riveria, and Gareth, the three leaders of Loki's clan, nod in agreement and express their opinions. This is the so-called people of noble birth. Even in their bones, there is a sense of nobility, right? Just like in the elves, the royal family will naturally have a trace of majesty, and it will be easy to be recognized by those in the know. Even if he changes his appearance, that feeling of power is still overwhelming. After everyone expressed their opinions, AIC, who was watching Noah closely, also seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, she said softly, "His presence is too strong, and he will be noticed by others at once." In one sentence, she outlined all the flaws of Noah's transformation. However, that couldn't be helped. Noah's temperament was originally more otherworldly, and his body was hosted by the third perpetual motion machine, a spirit that was the crystallization of human imagination. In addition, he was a reincarnation of a complete fragment of a starting world. No matter how ordinary he looked, he would be exposed because of a strong sense of presence. Is that so? Noah closed his eyes as expected. At this moment, the mana flowing in Noah's body like a torrent slowed down bit by bit, and finally became as slow as a snail crawling. Under such circumstances, Noah's aura, temperament, and sense of presence also weakened bit by bit, and finally converged to become like an ordinary person. Witnessing such a change in Noah with their own eyes, the people of Loki's clan were only amazed. Then, Noah opened his eyes, and a very ordinary smile appeared on his face that was not too good-looking, but also not offensive. If I converge my aura, the sense of presence will also weaken a lot. Now, is there still a way to be recognized? Looking at the young man with a smile in front of them, who was just like the most ordinary passerby, everyone was really curious. Good, 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 there's no problem like this. Loki was even more satisfied and waved his hand. Little ones, let's go home. After saying that, Loki walked in the direction of the base camp in high spirits, and there was no more resentment at the beginning. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other and helplessly followed him. Chapter 2020. Noah had been to the base camp of Loki's clan once before. That was not long after he met Lily, when he planned to inquire about the information of Sumo's clan. At that time, in order to understand what happened to Lily, Noah went to the base camp of Loki's clan and got information about Sumo's clan from Loki. Therefore, Noah was no stranger to this place, that he had been here once, even if he was not familiar with it. It's just that, I didn't expect to come here again and become one of the residents here. At the northernmost end of Eulalie, in front of a road, Noah looked at the building in front of him and fell into a state of emotion. Just like the first time he came, the building in front of him was still strange. Undoubtedly, it did not cover a large area, but it was quite magnificent. Its height was much higher than any building in the surrounding area. It was made up of several high-rise towers overlapping, like a sword mountain, and its appearance was purple copper. The last time he came, Noah did not observe it very carefully. It was not until now that he realized that this building was really special. Behind the gate, the space in front of the building was built into a courtyard. The courtyard was not very spacious, just occupying the space between the gate and the house, and planted a few plants and flowers of various colors. As for the building behind the courtyard, it was really strange. The overlapping towers were completely connected at the bottom, but they were all separated from the middle, built into towers, just like a large steel hedgehog. Of course, the towers were not completely unconnected. Between the separated towers, there were actually corridors in the air, connecting the towers and surrounding a tower in the center. At the top of the tower, a flag with a clown pattern fluttered in the wind. That flag was the exclusive coat of arms of Loki's clan. Whether it was the appearance of the base camp or the coat of arms of the clan, they all perfectly interpreted the personality of the main god of this clan. Just like that, Loki led a group of clan tribe members and charged over in a grandiose manner. The two guards guarding the gate immediately reacted. "Lord Loki! Lord Loki! Lords!" The first-level adventurers of Loki's clan nodded in response. "We're back." Rocky waved his hand. "Open the door." "Yes, sir." One of the guards answered. "This." Another guard noticed Noah. Of course, that was the Noah who had completely changed his appearance. Seeing that their main god and a group of level 1 adventurers were accompanied by such a stranger, the guard asked almost reflexively. "Oh. Are you talking about this little guy?" Loki patted Noah's shoulder without changing his expression and said casually. "This is a potential stock that I've just dug up. From today onwards, he'll join our clan. Look carefully, don't mistake him. Remember to open the door for him. Otherwise, if this little guy goes out and doesn't come back, I'll make your little butts bloom." Rocky's words made the two guards cover their butts almost subconsciously, their faces turning green. Seeing this scene, Noah almost misunderstood. Could it be that Loki really hit the butts of these two guards? Just as Noah was making malicious guesses, the door had been slowly opened. "Let's go in." Loki grinned at Noah. "Let me introduce you to this place properly. If you're not familiar with it and accidentally break into a girl's room and bump into something good, I won't let you go, okay?" Noah was immediately speechless, which made AIC and the others couldn't help but laugh. However, it had to be said that such a thing was not impossible. The base camp of Loki's clan was designed in a rather peculiar manner. If one were to randomly barge in, it was entirely possible to accidentally get lost. In addition, Loki had a preference for cute and beautiful girls. Most of the female members of the clan were as beautiful as flowers. It was not impossible to enter the wrong room. Recalling that he had encountered this situation many times before, Noah secretly decided that he must find out the terrain of Loki's clan's base camp today. Under such circumstances, Loki led Noah into the mansion and began to introduce it. Unlike Hastia's clan, Loki's clan had a large family business and many rules. As the main god, Loki and Finn, as the leader, led Noah into the mansion and walked up the stairs to the top of the tower. They shuttled through the air corridors and walked to various places while introducing all kinds of things to Noah. Along the way, there were also some explanations from AIC, Tiona, Rafia, Riveria, Gareth, and others. It could be said that it was not detailed. Noah, on the other hand, looked at the entire landscape of Loki's clan while listening to everyone's introductions and explanations in a seemingly casual but extremely serious manner. He memorized them in his heart. Along the way, Noah also encountered many members of Loki's clan, which attracted the attention of many people. Many members of Loki's clan cast surprised and curious gazes at him. After all, apart from Raphael, those who surrounded Noah were all the higher-ups of their own clan first-tier adventurers. Even Raphael was Riveria's heir and was destined to become a part of the higher-ups of Loki's clan in the future. With such a group of people, in addition to the main god, all surrounding Noah and introducing him to the rules of the entire base camp and clan, it was difficult not to attract attention. Many people had already begun to guess what kind of name this newcomer in front of them had that made him worthy of being served by their main gods and higher-ups. Amidst the curiosity and attention of many, Noah only finished touring the entire clan's base camp in the evening. "All that's left is your room." In the corridor of the central tower, Loki led the way forward and said this leisurely. "However, before that, it's best that you complete your sect change first." Conversion. As the name implied, it was a ritual that needed to be performed to change the clan's affiliation. Those who had joined the clan but wanted to switch to another clan must go through this ritual to truly change their affiliation. Lily, who had been transferred out of Noah's clan, had gone through such a step, so Noah was naturally no stranger to it. "Your level registered in the guild seems to be LV3, right?" Loki smirked with a seemingly malicious expression. "A few months ago, I received the favor of that shorty. Not long ago, I registered as a LV3 level 2 adventurer. Now, what is your ability value? I'm beginning to wonder." "Let's hurry up." Finn and the others also began to be curious after Loki said so. Especially Ace, whose pair of gem-like eyes revealed a sense of expectation. The last time she saw Noah's ability value, it was when Noah taught Crush to Ace. At that time, Noah's ability value had already surprised Ace once. Ace was looking forward to it. She was looking forward to what kind of growth this man, who had always affected her emotions, and her companions in the clan claimed that she liked him. Of course, these people who were looking forward to seeing Noah's ability value did not know. Noah's true ability value was no longer with him. Now, Noah was in the same state as when he first entered this world, in a state where he did not receive any favors. In this way, there was naturally no such thing as conversion. However, Noah nodded very naturally and said, "Don't worry, it's fine. Then let's convert first." After speaking, the group began to rush in the direction of Loki's room. Loki's room was located on the top floor of the central tower surrounded by the rest of the towers. Everyone climbed up the spiral stairs set in the tower and came to the front of this room. Under Loki's lead, they entered together. It was a very sloppy room. Every corner of the room was stuffed with all kinds of miscellaneous items. There were also many small wine cabinets with bottles of wine inside. It was enough to see the hobbies of the owner of the room. Everyone looked at the messy room and was speechless for a moment. Only Loki walked in as if it was natural. Out of nowhere, he took out 2 stools and placed them in the center of the room. He sat down first and called out to Noah. "Take off your shirt and come sit down." Hearing this, Noah did not do as he was told. Instead, he looked at Ace and the others and said in a strange tone, "Are you all planning to watch from here?" Everyone immediately showed a mocking expression. Obviously, these people were all planning to watch from here. Noah could only roll his eyes. Then, he did not refuse. He took off his coat and unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his upper body. "Wow, that's quite sturdy." Tiona and Tiona stared at Noah's shirtless appearance with shining eyes. Ace and Leafia, who had never seen the body of the opposite sex, blushed fiercely and became shy. However, everyone seemed to have understood what he meant. They turned their gazes and looked behind Noah. Then, everyone on the scene saw it. On Noah's back, there was a huge inscription that covered almost all of Noah's back. It was imprinted in everyone's eyes. However, the inscription was somewhat dim, and even the color had faded a lot, making it impossible for others to see the message engraved on it. It was a sign that the ability value was in a sealed state. It had not been activated, and there were no signs of it increasing. Although Noah did not have the so-called ability value now. The grace engraved on his back was just a fake. Chapter 2021. At this moment, the ability value engraved on Noah's back was naturally fake. Although he had a good relationship with the upper echelons of Loki's clan, it was only good. It was not to the extent that Noah would confess everything to Loki and the others. Therefore, when he decided to join Loki's clan, Noah had already used magic power to imitate a fake ability value in order to deceive the people of Loki's clan. Of course, while using magic power to imitate the ability value, Noah also converted a part of the magic power in his body into divine power, so that the ability value would have the aura of divine blood. Otherwise, the ability value imitated would definitely be seen through by Loki, who had engraved the ability value countless times. Only the sacred text dripped with divine blood was the true grace of God. Therefore, when operating the divine power from Hestia's divine blood, the sacred text Noah used magic power to engrave on his back could also be regarded as an authentic ability value. The only difference was that it had no effect. Thus, under the gaze of everyone present, Noah sat down with his back facing Loki. Loki revealed a cunning smile that was very characteristic of him. Didn't that shorty's most precious child fall into my hands in the end? Let me remind you that the matter of me joining your clan is a secret. You can't mention it to Hestia, Noah warned. If you deliberately provoke Hestia, I'll leave immediately. Loki, whose thoughts were seen through, was suddenly speechless. Then, he glared at Noah hatefully and muttered. I'm simply looking for trouble to provoke a guy like you who has no taboos. With such a sentence, Loki took out a needle and pierced his finger, letting a drop of divine blood seep out. Without any hesitation, Loki stained the drop of divine blood on the engraving on Noah's back. Clang, the engraving that was like an inscription suddenly bloomed with a faint blue light. Under the faint blue light, Loki began to slide his finger and change the origin. Following Loki's movements, the engraving on Noah's back that could not be seen clearly began to move rhythmically and gradually changed. Of course, this phenomenon was completely carried out by Noah and Loki. Noah had gone through many skill upgrades in the past. Therefore, Loki only needed to slide her fingers and feel the trajectory of her fingertips. Noah knew what she was going to do. Therefore, Noah cooperated with Loki's movements and allowed the magic power and divine power in his body to work at the same time, changing the ability value that appeared behind him. Not long after, the engraving on Noah's back changed completely. The divine text did not change much though. However, the pattern that set off the sacred words had changed. Different chief gods' depictions of the grace presented in different appearances. There was a picture of a furnace in Hestia's drawing. The ability value that Loki engraved was very easy to imagine. It was the pattern of the clan tribe's coat of arms. Under such circumstances, the engraving on Noah's back had changed completely and turned into the pattern of a clown's face. As the light faded, the ability value behind Noah's back was completely revealed. Loki, Aes, Riveria, and Rifia, who could read the divine text, immediately went up to him. Noah Doria LV. For strength, A, 846, durability, A, 868, dexterity, A, 855, agility, A, 873, magic power, A, 842, mystery, H magic guide, I swordsman, I magic, magic cannon, projectile magic. Extremely malleable. According to the different chanting methods, the power and scale can be changed. Strengthening, permanent magic. Ability value has been comprehensively improved. According to the amount of spiritual power, magic power, consumed, the degree is determined. Materialization, imitation magic. Only limited to imagination. When the imagination is too weak, the power decreases and there is a certain chance of failure. Skills, protection from the world, permanent skill. Equivalent to luck. Events that are directly related to luck will eventually lead to the most favorable result. Looking at the ability value that gradually appeared, Loki, Aes, Rifia, and Riveria all fell into silence. What's wrong? Tiona couldn't help but ask. Could it be that little brother's ability value has some surprising part? Tiona, Finn, and Gareth also looked at Aes, Rifaya, and Riveria, and there was the same question in their eyes as Tiona. In this regard, not to mention A's, Rifaya, and Riveria both smiled bitterly. The last time we saw Noah's ability value, he was only LV2, right? Riveria said with a sigh. But now, he is already LV4, and his all-around ability value has reached stage A. Tiona, Finn, and Gareth's eyes twitched fiercely. That's not all, is it? Leafia explained as if she was using both her hands and legs. Last time, when we saw Mr. Noah's ability value, Mr. Noah's 3 magic columns were still empty, but now they are all empty. In other words, in just a few months, Noah not only jumped from LV2 to LV4, but also mastered 3 spells. In terms of growth speed alone, it could almost be described as breaking through the sky. I don't know what to say. Loki touched his forehead as if he was trying his best to correct his worldview that was about to be distorted. He withdrew his gaze from Noah and threw out such a sentence. Now, even if this kid jumps to LV7, I won't be surprised. Hearing this, everyone present looked at each other, and they didn't know what to say for a while. Only A's, there was obvious envy in her eyes. He's really growing fast. It would be great if he could grow as fast as Hu Yuhao. Under the indescribable expressions and eyes of everyone present, Noah muttered in his heart. Surprised just like that? It must be known that before his ability value entered the sublimation stage, Noah had repeatedly achieved miraculous feats in the box court. He had even killed 2 humans in the final trial. God knows how many gods and Buddhas he had slaughtered. His level had long surpassed the highest level in this world, LV7. If these people knew his true ability value state, wouldn't they be confused? Fortunately, the ability value he imitated was the state he was in when he left this world last time, and not the state he was in at his peak. As for the 3 spells, Noah added them according to his own magic canon, enhancement, and magic power. In this way, when he used the magic cannon and magic power in front of the members of Loki's clan in the future, it would not arouse the suspicion of those who did not know his true identity. After all, the existence that could use many magical means different from grace was currently limited to a tyrant, not a newcomer who had just joined Loki's clan today. Seeing that Loki was complaining again and again, but in fact, he did not hesitate to accept him and accept his unreasonable conditions, Noah had to do it thoroughly no matter what to avoid exposing his identity and bringing trouble to Loki's clan. Moreover, Noah withdrew from Hestia's clan in order to avoid the limelight. Hiding his identity like this and disappearing in public was undoubtedly the easiest way to calm down the limelight. But, as Riveria said, you really do have a mysterious ability to develop, don't you? Loki said with a smile. There are less than 5 development abilities in all of Eulalia, and I finally picked one up. It's just that this swordsman, that increases the power of the sword system, and magician, that increases the effect of magic, actually appeared on the same person at the same time. It's really interesting. With that said, Loki once again dripped divine blood on Noah's back. With a light stroke, the ability value that appeared on Noah's back rippled like water and gradually disappeared. Okay, I've added a lock for you. Loki patted Noah's back. So the change is complete. I'll take care of you in the future, little guy. Since you're taking care of me, then don't call me little guy. Noah curled his lips. I have a name. But, how should we call you? Finty asked. We can't call you by your real name, right? Hearing this, Noah also frowned. However, in the next second, Noah's brows relaxed and he smiled faintly. In that case, you can call me Drake from now on. Chapter 2022. Recruiting Noah into his clan seemed to really make Loki very happy. Therefore, as soon as the change was completed, the goddess completely revealed her true form. She opened a few bottles of wine in the room and actually started a banquet on her own. For a moment, the smell of wine filled the entire room, making Rifaya and Riveria frown. As pure and beautiful elves, Rifaya and Riveria didn't like wine from the bottom of their hearts. Even if they drank, they would never drink too much. How could they be like Loki, who opened a few bottles at a time? But Loki didn't care at all, displaying the greatest characteristic of a god who loved entertainment: willful and reckless. Therefore, everyone present was asked to stay by Loki, and under Loki's ruckus, they had no choice but to drink wine. They drank until the sky turned dark. It wasn't until the dusk in the sky began to fade that Loki's door was rudely pushed open. "I say, do you still want to eat or not?" The one who spoke in such a rude and impolite tone and walked in from the door was an extremely handsome werewolf youth with a lightning-shaped tattoo on his face. Impressively, it was the last level 1 adventurer of Loki's clan, Bert. Looking at the werewolf who he hadn't seen for a long time, Noah, who was being hugged by Loki's shoulder and had a bottle of wine stuffed in his hand, glanced over. Although the relationship between Hestia and Loki was like fire and water, because Loki appreciated Noah very much, he didn't restrict the relationship between the children of his clan and Noah. Noah was quite familiar with the higher-ups of Loki's clan, and now that he had joined this clan, there was nothing to be restrained about. The rest of the members of Loki's clan were complete strangers to Noah. Except for Bert. If there was anyone in Loki's clan who didn't have a good relationship with Noah, it would be Bert. After all, when they first met, this unruly werewolf found trouble with Noah. Noah wanted to know what kind of expression Bert would have when he knew his true identity. Bert was also a high-ranking member of Loki's clan. So, Loki and Finn should have told this secret to Bert, right? Who would have thought that Rocky didn't even have the slightest hint of an explanation? He just grinned at Bert. "What? So it's Bert? You idiot goddess, I was wondering what you were doing. So you were forcing everyone to drink with you?" Bert glared at Loki fiercely. "Everyone should eat together. Undoubtedly, it was you, the goddess, who made this rule, but now you're the first to skip dinner. What are you thinking?" In Loki's clan, Loki did have a rule that everyone had to eat together. Noah also knew about this rule, and at the same time, he also had a good impression of this rule. The reason was simple. This way, they would be more like a family. Loki, on the other hand, didn't seem to notice the time until now. He slapped his head. "Oh no, I was so happy that I completely forgot about dinner. Don't tell me everyone is waiting in the restaurant. Isn't that obvious?" Bo-Tay almost flipped out. "The level 1 adventurers aren't all here yet. Who dares to eat?" "That's true." Finn put down the bottle in his hand and exhaled. He seemed to have recovered from his shock and stood up. "Everyone, hurry up and eat. Don't let everyone wait too long." Everyone immediately stood up as if relieved of a heavy burden. "Great, I've been wanting to slip away for a long time. Tiona, if we keep drinking like this, we'll definitely be drunk by Loki." "Tiona, remember the last time Loki got drunk, Leafia was almost carried back to her room by Loki?" "Gareth, in the end, I intervened in time and saved Leafia. Otherwise, who knows how she would have been bullied." Riveria, everyone's relieved words made Leafia recall what happened at that time. Her pretty face paled. Obviously, for Leafia, it was definitely something that could be called a psychological shadow. AIC gently patted Rifia's back as if she was comforting her, causing Rifia to be touched. And Noah, who inadvertently found out something that he shouldn't know, was speechless. It seemed like this clan of one of the 2 monarchs known as Eulalie was much happier than he imagined. At that moment, Bo-Tay finally noticed Noah. Looking at the unfamiliar face, Bo-Tay pursed his brows. "Who is this?" Bo-Tay's impolite tone would definitely make one think that he was looking for trouble. However, it was similar to the first time Noah met Bo-Tay. It seemed like this werewolf had always used such an unpleasant tone to speak. Just as this thought flashed through Noah's mind, Finn smiled and said so. "This is a newbie that we poached when we went out at noon. For the next period of time, we'll be together. As a senior, don't be rude, okay?" Bo-Tay raised his brows after hearing Finn's introduction, while Noah was puzzled. "What's going on? Why don't they reveal my identity?" Logically speaking, as a higher-up of the clan, Bo-Tay should have the right to know my true identity, right? Finn, Riveria, Gareth, Aic, Tiona, Tiani, and even Leafia knew my true identity. Only Bote, the last higher-up of Rocky's clan, didn't know about it. Wouldn't it be too easy for others to think that they were ostracizing him and causing a dispute? As the leader of a large clan, Finn's approach wasn't worth advocating, right? Not to mention Noah, even Aic and the rest couldn't help but be taken aback. It was apparent that the rest didn't know the reason why Rocky and Finn chose to hide Bote's identity. But in the next second, Bote answered everyone's question. When did all of you have so much free time to care about such a small fry? Bote curled his lips in disdain. I thought all of you went to look for that Noah Doria collectively. I was thinking that if it was because of him that you skipped dinner and made everyone wait in the dining hall, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. While saying this, Bert gnashed his teeth in hatred, causing Noah and the others to come to a sudden realization. So it's because I don't get along with this guy, and once my identity is revealed, it will cause a bigger dispute, so Rocky and Finn chose to hide it? Come to think of it, it makes sense. If Noah was a member of Rocky's clan in the future, it wouldn't be a good decision to hide it. But Noah would have to leave in the end. Since that's the case, rather than revealing it and causing a bigger dispute, it's better to keep it a secret. Noah took the liberty to think so. However, Noah didn't know that. Indeed, once his identity was revealed, he would definitely have a dispute with Bote. But it definitely wasn't just because of their relationship. Finn, Riveria, Gareth, Tiona, Tyogni, and Leafia all turned their gazes towards Aic. Aic was startled and tilted her head with a puzzled expression. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind as they looked at Aic and Noah, who seemed to have come to a sudden realization. If Bert knew that the person Aic liked was here and had even joined the clan tribe, that wolf would definitely explode from anger. After knowing that Aic liked Noah, Bote was petrified and stayed there for an entire day. Then, he clamored to find Noah for a duel, which almost scared everyone to death. Everyone spent a lot of effort to stop this werewolf who went berserk because of heartbreak. If Noah's identity was revealed here, it would definitely be out of control. With this thought in mind, everyone made up their minds. Noah's true identity must not be revealed to Bote. Absolutely. Anyway, let's go to the dining hall first, Finn said. No. Drake, you'll sit with us. I'll introduce you to everyone in the dining hall. Noah had no objection and nodded indifferently. Bote, on the other hand, had an objection. Hey! Are you kidding me? Bote said unhappily. What's the benefit of letting such a small fry sit at the table of us level 1 adventurers? As soon as Bote finished his sentence, Tiona and Tyogni held Bote down. Yes, 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 you're the best. The others are small fries, okay? Hurry up and eat, and shut your mouth properly. Don't offend people. With that said, Tiona lifted Bert out of the room in a huff. What are you doing? Bote struggled. Did I say anything wrong? You idiot Amazons. The twin Amazons didn't care about Bote at all. They carried Bote out of the dining hall and disappeared in the direction of the door. Seeing this, everyone was speechless. Don't blame him, he's just a person with a big mouth. It's easy for him to offend people, Riveria said to Noah. Actually, he's not that bad of a guy, probably. Noah immediately rolled his eyes. What did she mean by probably? In short, Noah. No, Mr. Drake, it's best if you don't expose your identity, Leafia quickly said. Otherwise, something will happen. I know. Noah sighed. I'll try my best. On the side, Aic seemed to be apologetic and lowered her head at Noah. Seeing this, Noah had a feeling. His life from now on should be more exciting than before. Chapter 2023. Time quietly passed as Loki's clan welcomed an unknown newcomer. Soon, it was the second day. When the sun began to shine through the window and hit Noah's face, Noah gradually woke up with a warm and soft feeling. The sun shone on the body, and in the cold morning, it naturally brought a warm feeling. The room prepared by Loki's clan for important members was also considered comfortable. The blanket didn't feel rough at all, and Noah couldn't help but hug the soft object tightly. Ugh! In the next second, a soft moan entered Noah's ears. Eh? Soft moan. Did the blanket make a sound? Of course, that's impossible. If that's the case, then what is this soft object? Noah instantly woke up. Master, ugh, ugh. Following these 3 soft moans, Noah finally understood what the soft object was. It wasn't a blanket, but it was more comfortable to touch than the highest grade blanket. The one that was tightly hugged by Noah was Aster. Master. Aster seemed to still be asleep. While hugging Noah's neck, she rubbed against Noah's chest with a peaceful expression. Of course, Aster was still completely naked, only wearing a pair of knee socks on her slender legs. The soft and dazzling silver hair draped over Aster's back, and even draped over Noah's body, tickling Noah's chest a little. That appearance was simply like a lazy kitten. The immature but incomparably cute elf girl was just like before. When there was no one around Noah, once she woke up in the morning, she would unknowingly become his sleeping partner. Other than Aster, Orpheus and Lilith had also appeared on the bed. They were hugging Noah tightly, one on the left and one on the right. Although there was no expression on their faces, their breathing was relatively stable. It seemed that they had slept well. The 3 petite girls who had formed a contract with Noah tightly stuck to Noah and were immersed in their dreams. Moreover, in addition to Aster, even Orpheus and Lilith were completely naked, only wearing black knee socks. Looking at the 3 girls who were not stingy with their delicate bodies exposed in front of him, Noah really couldn't help but bitterly smile. Orpheus and Lilith have learned bad things from Aster. After all, the dragon gods who didn't know much about worldly affairs liked to eat the most, followed by imitating. This get-up was probably done by imitating Aster, wasn't it? Don't tell me, this will become my sleeping partner's outfit in the future? Noah's face started to become a bit dark. I hope that there won't be any tricks at this time, such as someone suddenly barging in, seeing this scene, and then having a misunderstanding. Although Noah and the people of Loki's family weren't familiar to the extent that they could wake each other up, it was right. Thinking of this, Noah could only smile bitterly while stroking the soft waist-length hair of Aster, Orpheus, and Lilith. Ever since the interior of the gift card had been transformed into a holiday paradise, the number of people accompanying Noah had also increased. Aster, Athena, Orpheus, Lilith, and the rest of the girls seemed to have completely settled down in the gift card. They accompanied each other and rarely took the initiative to appear. Perhaps it was also because of the congenial nature of these young ladies. After all, in addition to Athena, Aster, Orpheus, and Lilith were all ignorant of worldly affairs and had an innocent character. Usually, they were also expressionless, so it would be strange if they repelled each other when together. It's just that, having to take care of these 3 girls should be very troublesome for Athena, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Athena's voice rang in his ears. I'm really touched that you're considerate of me. Hearing Athena's voice, Noah wasn't surprised at all. Turning his head, he looked at the side of the bed. There, Athena was looking out of the window. Her beautiful snake eyes flickered with wisdom that others couldn't perceive. She glanced at Noah. If it weren't for the fact that I've taken care of many young warriors in the past, I wouldn't know how to deal with these children. I think that taking care of warriors and taking care of children shouldn't be the same thing. Noah said somewhat helplessly. But, you seem to be enjoying it. I don't deny that I don't hate to get along with these girls. Athena turned her eyes and looked at Aster, Orpheus, and Lilith. After all, I'm now an elf that was reincarnated based on the existence of the holy sword spirit in your arms. The 2 dragon gods are the end of the dragon and snake that symbolize infinity and immortality. For me, who used to treat the dragon and snake as my kin and am the goddess of snakes, these 3 are the subjects that I desire to observe. Observe? Noah was surprised. You're still doing this kind of thing? Observation is the best way to accumulate knowledge and enrich one's thoughts, followed by thinking. No matter what, I was once the goddess of wisdom. It's not a bad idea for me to occasionally do the work of a scholar, Athena said nonchalantly. No matter what, because of you, this concubine and these children will be together for a very, very long time. After saying this, Athena's body glowed with phosphorescent light. Gradually, she turned into light particles and disappeared, returning to the gift card. Looking at Athena like this, Noah pursed his lips. After saying so many mysterious words, isn't it to tell me that you don't hate your current life? If that's the case, can't she just say it frankly? With such an annoyed and funny thought, Noah got up quietly, put the 3 girls who were still sleeping into the gift card, put on his clothes, and walked out of the room. Adventurers were used to waking up early. Although there were also adventurers who explored the maze in the middle of the night, it was not a common thing. Adventurers were usually active during the day. As a typical exploration-type kin, almost all of the members of Loki's kin were adventurers. Therefore, even though the sky had just brightened, many figures appeared in the stairs and corridors of the towers, walking back and forth. After Noah came out of the room, he also met many people. Good morning, Draeger. Good morning. You're called Draeger, right? Good morning. One by one, the passing members greeted Noah. Their attitudes weren't exactly warm, but they weren't too unfamiliar with him either. For a newcomer who had just joined the clan, this kind of greeting could definitely make people feel warm. Noah was no exception. While returning the greeting to the passing members, he continued to walk forward. Yesterday, in the restaurant, Finn had introduced Noah to the entire Loki clan, letting everyone know Noah. Therefore, all the members of Loki clan already knew that from today onwards, a newcomer named Draeger had joined this clan. However, although he was a newcomer, the members of Loki clan did not dare to treat Noah as a fledgling rookie at all. As for Noah's true identity, Finn and the others concealed it. But for the fake identity of Draeger, Finn gave all the members of Loki clan a sentence. Draeger came here from outside Eulalie. He used to belong to a clan outside the city. His level has reached LV4, which is only 1 or 2 levels lower than us level 1 adventurers. So, you must not underestimate him. At this point, everyone knew that this newcomer's level was as high as LV4. In the Loki clan, except for the high-level level 1 adventurers, it was already the highest level. Therefore, no one would treat Noah as a real newcomer. If he had the ability, he would be respected by others no matter where he went. Especially in the clan, it was a perfect interpretation of this point. So, Noah walked out of the corridor under the greeting of his new companions in the clan and came to the air corridor connected to another tower. At this time, Noah saw the scene in the courtyard of the base camp through the window of the air corridor. There, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and golden eyes was holding a thin sword in her hand. As if dancing, she was stepping on sharp and crisp steps, dancing with her swordsmanship to her heart's content. There was no doubt that the girl was practicing in the morning. Looking at the girl practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard, Noah raised his eyebrows slightly. Chapter 2024. Clang! A clear and audible sound of the sword resounded over the courtyard. Ha! The golden-haired, golden-eyed girl let out a pleasant cry. The thin, silver-like sword in her hand turned into an endless stream of sword shadows, like layers upon layers of waves. Wave after wave surged in all directions, piercing out streaks of silver trajectories. The sharp sword aura seemed to have been stimulated by that swing and stab. Like an invisible gale, it either streaked across the ground or swept through the surrounding flowers and plants, causing the greenery in all directions to ripple under the gale, causing the flowers and trees to sway back and forth, which was pleasing to the eye. That scene was simply like walking out from a dream. It was extremely beautiful. AIC was so single-minded in her sword dance. That was AIC's daily homework. Since joining the Rocky clan and becoming an adventurer, as long as she was in the base, AIC would finish this set of homework almost every morning. Even though AIC, as a person from the lower realm who had received God's grace, even if she didn't train so hard, she could still rely on killing monsters in the underground city to gain experience points and increase her ability points to become stronger. However, AIC wouldn't be satisfied with that level of progress. This girl had always been pursuing strength. So, in the underground city, the girl worked harder than anyone else, trying to gain more experience points and grow. It was because of this that the girl got the nickname, Warrior. And even if she was not in the underground city, the girl worked harder than anyone else to train herself. As an existence at the top of the adventurers, AIC, who had reached LV6, understood better than anyone that even with the enhancement of ability value, if she wanted to be really strong, it was absolutely not enough. A really strong person, in addition to having strength, also needed skill. As Luo Hao said, only when the combination of strength and skill reached the peak of both, that was the real invincible. Therefore, when AIC was in the underground city, she would pursue the opportunity to improve her ability value to get strength, and when she was in the base, she would pursue the opportunity to improve her swordsmanship to get skill. It was because of the combination of the two that AIC became the strongest swordswoman in Eulalia. Her companions in the clan knew that at this time, AIC would be in the courtyard practicing in the morning. Because of this, the members of the clan had reached a tacit understanding that during this time, they would never come to the courtyard to disturb AIC. AIC practiced her swordsmanship wholeheartedly. Sometimes, she made a lightning-like thrust. Sometimes, she made a windmill slash. Sometimes, she made a waterfall-like slash. Sometimes, she made a light slash. Although each move was not complicated, it was quite gorgeous and straightforward, giving people a feeling that it existed only for battle. AIC's concentration had reached a shocking level. She didn't even notice that someone was approaching her. AIC continued to stab, slash, hack, and flick repeatedly. So, under the gaze of the only spectator, AIC finished practicing the sword skills that she had been repeating over and over again. Until the sun rose high in the sky, the earth. SW-. Accompanied by the whistling of the wind, AIC smoothly sheathed the thin sword in her hand into the scabbard at her waist, ending today's practice. Phew, at this time, AIC let out a sigh of relief and relaxed her tense body. At this moment, a round of applause rang out. AIC was stunned, she turned her head and looked at the source of the sound. Immediately, a rather unfamiliar face was imprinted in AIC's eyes. Your swordsmanship is really good. Noah clapped and made an evaluation that only he could understand. Even compared to Alusha, it's still comparable, right? Who is Alusha? This question flashed through AIC's mind. Then, AIC seemed to have thought of something extremely important and spoke with uncertainty. Noah. Looking at AIC's expression of wanting to recognize him but being afraid of getting the wrong person, Noah stopped clapping and fell into a state of speechlessness. After a long while, he finally said in a puzzled tone, "You're right. Don't tell me you forgot about me." No. No. AIC shook her head and lowered it again. I'm just not used to seeing you like this, then get used to it as soon as possible, don't reveal any flaws in front of your companions in the clan tribe. Noah rolled his eyes. Also, you should call me Drake, not Noah. Be careful not to be accidentally heard by others. AIC nodded as if she had agreed. Noah walked over and stood in front of AIC. He looked into AIC's crystal clear eyes. Looking at the sword in AIC's hand, Noah spoke softly. Do you often practice swordsmanship in the morning? If I'm not in the underground city, AIC answered truthfully. In the stronghold, I usually practice. What about magic? Noah continued to ask. Didn't you say last time that you would use the morning to practice crush? I'm about to start. AIC was still concise. After practicing swordsmanship, it's time to practice magic. Then, you practiced until noon, only to be stopped by Riveria? Noah said. After being stopped, you went to the underground city and stayed there until night. When you came back, you slept until the next day and continued the same routine? AIC was suddenly stunned. It was as if she was saying, how did you know? Noah was really speechless. Aren't you a little too hardworking? Noah scratched his cheek. I feel like I'm comparable to when I went deep into the mountains and forests to practice for a few years. Back then. AIC noticed the key point in Noah's words. Don't you continue now? You still continue in the past, right? Noah couldn't help but smile bitterly. But, after a certain incident, you didn't continue anymore. The certain incident here was the incident where Noah killed God and became the God Slayer. Before that, in order to hone his skills, or to prevent his movements from becoming sluggish, Noah still persisted in training himself. But, after becoming the God Slayer, which violated the rules, Noah no longer needed to do so. After all, as a God Slayer, once he entered battle mode, Noah would be able to exert his full strength. His skills and movements would never become sluggish or rusty because of lack of training. In addition, the God Slayer's characteristics of getting stronger the more he fought and the stronger the opponent. Noah hadn't seriously trained his skills for a long time. At most, he would develop new abilities and powers just like in the previous world. Thinking until here, Noah looked at the sword in AIC's hand and said, "This is a rare opportunity. Do you want to try sparring?" Hearing this, AIC's eyes lit up. She nodded without hesitation. In the hall on the first floor, Riveria and Rafia slowly walked down the stairs. The two elves were holding thick books in their hands while discussing the problems of magic. Of course, rather than saying that they were discussing, it was more like Riveria was teaching Rafia. As Riveria's future successor, Rafia was like Riveria's disciple. She had always been receiving guidance from Riveria. The two discussed the problems of magic while heading to the courtyard. However, before they arrived at the courtyard outside, Riveria and Leafia noticed a commotion. At the periphery of the courtyard, a group of people were gathered in a circle. They were pointing at the front and discussing animatedly. Huh? Leafia blinked her eyes, somewhat at a loss. What's the matter? Riveria also frowned, stepped forward, and spoke directly. What are you doing? Why are you all gathered in this place? Riveria's voice made everyone turn their heads. Only then did Riveria realize that Tiona and Tiona were also in the crowd. Riveria, Rafia, Tiona greeted with some excitement. You're here too. Could it be that you also noticed the commotion and came over? Tiona said. You came at the right time. It's just about the exciting part. Exciting part? Riveria frowned. Exciting part? Rafia was also puzzled. What happened? Tiona and Tiona didn't answer. Instead, they moved aside. In the next moment, Riveria and Rafia saw the scene. It was an exciting battle. Chapter 2025. Clang dash. The crisp sound of steel clashing rang. That was the sound of swords colliding with each other. In the courtyard that covered a small area, in the space, two figures were holding sword-type weapons in each other's hands. They were dancing and slashing at each other. Clang dash. A melodious sword hum resounded in the air. Clang dash. The swords clashed with each other again, and the collision in the sword marks that had not been completely eliminated caused a sound. The swords were intertwined. Sparks were flying. In the small courtyard, a wonderful battle was going on. Everyone looked at the most direct collision between the swords, and they all fell into amazement. It was a combination of a man and a woman who were fighting. As companions, the members of Loki's clan who were present naturally knew the two people. Not to mention, the two people were famous in various aspects. One was the female swordsman who had been the target of everyone in the clan for many years. The other was a newcomer who had just joined yesterday, but had already reached LV4. Noah and AIC, under the gaze of a group of Loki's clan members who had gathered unknowingly, carried out a wonderful attack and defense battle. The attacking party was AIC. AIC was holding the sword that she usually used for practice. With a serious expression that had never been seen before, she swung out a silver slash at a speed that no one could see clearly. The girl who was given the title of swordswoman by the gods was undoubtedly the best in the city where there were many families and adventurers. Almost everyone present had seen the scene of the girl's slash cutting the monster's body into pieces in the underground city. Naturally, they understood how deadly the silver slash was. In the face of that terrible slash, even if it was the first-level adventurer who was also LV6, if he was not careful, he could be beheaded. However, in the face of such a stunning slash, Noah, who focused on defense, accurately received it completely. Facing the fast slash of the sword, the man flicked it away like a gust of wind. The girl continued to attack without hesitation. The weapon in her hand stabbed out violently, intertwining with endless sword light, completely enveloping the man's body. However, the man's expression did not change as he raised the weapon in his hand. With lightning speed, he deflected the sword light one by one. In the end, he swung down like a whirlwind, forcing the girl to retreat. Clang, 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 clang. For a moment, the sound of sword and halberd kept ringing, accompanied by bursts of scattered sparks, reverberating in the space of the entire courtyard. At this moment, the man and woman both turned into the most gorgeous swordsmen, causing dazzling sword light and resplendent trajectories to constantly appear in this space. It was an extremely shocking sight. Therefore, as spectators, the members of Loki's clan were all intoxicated, and they were all talking. "It's really amazing, yeah. I didn't expect that the newcomer Draeger to be able to keep up with Miss Ace's sword. Are the two of them sparring? That's great. I also want to practice with Miss AI." While the members of Loki's clan were talking, Riveria and Rafia looked at each other with indescribable expressions. Didn't this Noah Dole say that he wanted to hide his identity? Riveria muttered to herself as if she had a headache. Since he wants to hide his identity, then don't be so eye-catching. He's only LV4, but he's already practicing with a LV6 cadre. Isn't this telling everyone that he can challenge those above his level? That's right. Leafia said sourly. Mr. Noah is really too cunning. Undoubtedly, Miss AI has that kind of feeling for him, and he's still hanging out with Miss AI, compared to Riveria, who was having a headache, and Rafia, who was inexplicably jealous. Tiona and Tioni were watching with great interest. Looking at it this way, little brother and AI are actually quite compatible, aren't they? Even I want to matchmake the two of them. Just when everyone was talking, Noah and AI completed another attack and defense. Clang! After a loud collision that was louder than any of the previous collisions, AIC was once again pushed back by the heavy blow. She tapped the ground with the tip of her feet and leaped away nimbly. She landed not far away from Noah and began to gasp for breath. Compared to AI, Noah's face was not red and he was not panting at all. Obviously, he still had energy left. Seeing that AI began to gasp for breath, Noah also exhaled, lowered the sword in his hand, and said so. Let's stop here. Hearing this, AI showed a somewhat reluctant expression and seemed to want to continue. However, the two were only having a morning exercise after all, and it was not a real battle. There was no need to determine the winner. Therefore, although she wanted to continue, after hesitating for a while, AI still put away the sword in her hand. Clap, 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 clap. At this moment, the sound of applause sounded like a wave, and it reached Noah and AI's ears, attracting their attention. Gazing at the clan members gathered at the entrance of the mansion, AIC blinked her eyes as though she had just realized that she was being watched. Noah was a little helpless. Indeed, it's a little too eye-catching. Under such circumstances, Riveria began to speak among the crowd. All right, you've seen enough. Don't all gather here, go do your own things. Yes. The group of Loki clan members responded one after another, and they gradually dispersed while discussing in high spirits. Only then did Tiona, Tioni, and Leafia came closer. Both of you have worked hard for the morning exercise. Tiona held 2 cups of water in her hands, bounced over in an extremely lively manner, and shared it with Noah and AI. Come, drink some water. Tiona. AIC subconsciously took the water from her. Why are you all here? Noah also took the water, but asked such a question. In response, Tioni just answered as if it was a matter of course. You all made such a big commotion, and the sound of weapons clashing could be heard from the top of the tower. Who would have noticed? We only noticed when we came down. Leafia, on the other hand, had a sullen look on her face. Then we found Miss AI and Mr. Noah sparring here. Not Noah, it's Drake. Noah corrected her expressionlessly. It's just morning exercise, don't make a fuss about it. For morning exercise, that level of attack and defense is a little too much. Riveria sighed. But for you all, if it's not that level, then it's not considered morning exercise, right? I'm just accompanying AI. Noah finished the water in the cup in his hand and returned it to Tiona. Then, he turned to Riveria and said, don't worry. Now it's time for you to accompany AI to practice magic, right? Then I'll go back to my room first. No, I didn't come down just to find AI, but also to find all of you. Riveria looked at Noah, AI, Tiona, and Tioni, and said so. Go to Finn's place. Finn. Everyone was slightly stunned. The leader wants to discuss the next matters with us. Leafia explained. It's about the upcoming expedition. The central tower of Loki's clan base was surrounded by a total of 7 towers. The lower half of the towers were connected together, and although the upper half was separated, there was a corridor in the air connecting them. Only the central tower was independent. As the main god, Loki's room was located on the top floor of the central tower. As for the rest of the clan, almost all of them were distributed among the 7 towers. Among the 7 towers, 3 of them were allocated to the male members, while the other 4 were allocated to the female members, who were more numerous in number. Noah, Finn, Gareth, and Bert lived in the 3 towers, and their positions were quite scattered. There was no pattern at all, and it was very messy. Finn's room and office were located in the northern tower. Finn. Everyone came here together, and Riveria knocked on the door of Finn's office. I brought them here. Just as Riveria's voice fell, Finn's voice sounded. Come in. Hearing this, Riveria directly opened the door and led everyone into Finn's office. Chapter 2026. As soon as they entered the room, Noah and the others immediately saw Finn sitting behind a desk that did not match his size at all. In addition to Finn, Gareth was also present. In addition to Riveria, Ace, Tiona, and Tioni, all of the higher-ups of Loki's clan were gathered together except for Bert. This time, it's not us who's ostracizing Bert. Gareth grinned. Bert is preparing for the expedition. Later, we'll tell him what we've discussed. Everyone suddenly understood. Leafia closed the door, then shrunk into the corner and did not say a word. In such an occasion, Leafia, who was still a basic staff member, could not interrupt. Sorry for calling all of you here so early. Finn smiled at everyone. But, there's not much time left before the expedition. Yesterday, we wasted a whole day because of Noah and Loki's matter and basically threw all the work to Bert. Today, we can't be lazy anymore. Ace, Tiona, and Tioni expressed their understanding on the spot. Only Noah looked at Finn and shrugged. If that's the case, let me join in, okay? I'm not an officer of the clan, am I? Although you're not an officer of the clan, your ability is not below ours. You also have all kinds of magical means that are of extraordinary significance to our expedition this time. Riveria said so. So, we want to ask you some questions about the expedition and see how much preparation you can do. For example, don't you have some kind of space that can store items before? Gareth reminded. How big is that space? Can you help us transport supplies? For the clan who planned to go on an expedition to the unreached area of the underground city, this question was indeed of great importance. One must know that there was no convenient way to store items in this world. Basically, the transportation of supplies had to be done by hand. Otherwise, there would be no need for the existence of porters. Loki's clan had a lot of business, so it was impossible for them to not prepare enough supplies. However, the problem of transportation and carrying needed to be considered. Food, water, clothing, weapons, props, and other supplies, no matter how well prepared they were, if there was no way to transport and carry them without affecting the battle, then it would be meaningless. Not to mention, the purpose of the dungeon expedition was to explore the dungeon and obtain higher level and quality magic stones, dropped items, herbs, and minerals as spoils of war. Those were things that needed to be sold on the ground. Otherwise, as a pure exploration class spawn, if they didn't earn a lot from this aspect, all of them would have to eat dirt. Previously, we encountered a bunch of monsters that could dissolve weapons in the area below the 50th floor. In the end, because our weapons were exhausted and we couldn't explore any further, we could only return with our tails between our legs. Tiona pouted. This time, although we are preparing to go on an expedition with the blacksmiths of Hephaestus clan, the blacksmiths can only help us repair our weapons. We still need to prepare a lot of things, right? In the past, there was also a lack of food. In the end, we had no choice but to give up on exploring the deeper regions. Tioni nodded. If you can really help us transport some of the supplies, we can extend the exploration time. It's really meaningful. Apart from that, Noah also has the means to strengthen the abilities of others, right? Finn looked straight at Noah. That method will also greatly increase our combat power. It will also make our exploration more convenient and smoother. If we encounter monsters that are too powerful, we can even fight them to the end. Perhaps we can obtain a very high amount of EXP, or even an unimaginable harvest. Why was Loki so desperate to recruit Noah into his clan? Apart from admiring Noah, it was also his foresight that allowed him to see the importance of Noah's activities to his clan. With Noah's various magical means, as long as he casually brought out one or two of those mentioned above, the rewards of an expedition would be unimaginable. In this way, before the leaders decided to go on an expedition, they naturally needed to understand the real situation of Noah's means so that they could be prepared. In this regard, Noah naturally understood. In that case, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Everyone burst into laughter at once. Because this was a good opportunity to understand the mysterious Noah. Even AIC and Leafia's gazes were fixed on Noah. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. Then, the first question, Finn said. Like you said earlier, how many supplies can your storage space help us carry? It doesn't matter how much. Noah gave an answer that shocked everyone. As long as it's food, water, clothes, weapons, and tools, it can carry as much as it wants. Even the magic stones used to make magic stone products and the ores and herbs used to make weapons and tools can be stored. It can carry as much as it wants. Then. Tiona's eyes widened in shock. Doesn't that mean we don't need reinforcements? No, it's just a storage item at best. It can only be used for storage and can't be recycled. Reinforcements are still necessary, Noah refuted Tioni's statement. However, you don't have to worry about the safety of the things stored inside. For example, the shelf life of the food. This space can always maintain the freshness of the food and water. No matter how much you prepare, you won't have to worry about it going to waste. That's great news, Garrett's eyes lit up. In this case, we don't have to worry about the supplies at all. We don't even have to worry about not being able to bring too much loot on the return journey. Yes. Tioni nodded repeatedly. In the past, almost every time we explored, we stopped and embarked on the return journey. This time, we don't have to worry about transportation at all. It's great to have such a huge surprise right off the bat. This time, we have to prepare a lot of supplies, Finn said with a smirk. What about the means that can increase our abilities? What are the specific restrictions? It's very simple. Basically, as long as you can bear it, it will be able to multiply your strength infinitely. Even reaching the realm of God is not a dream, Noah once again said in a casual manner, shocking everyone. The stronger you are, the more strengthening you can get. With you, A's, Riveria, and Gareth who are LV6, it's estimated that it won't be a problem to strengthen to LV7. Ignoring the silence of A's and the others, Noah continued. However, that's only a temporary power after all. There's a time limit. Once the maintenance time is over, you'll all return to your original form. You'll also consume a lot of physical strength because you've used too much strength. If you don't have sufficient preparation, it's best not to use it casually. It seems that we still need to prepare more recovery elixirs to restore the physical strength consumed. Finn exhaled. What about the magic swords you used before that won't be damaged? Can you lend them to the members of the clan tribe? Are you talking about the noble phantoms? Noah sighed. Don't count on that. Now, I don't have any noble phantoms left. Huh? Ace was stunned. Why? Leafia couldn't help but interrupt. It's more or less troublesome to explain. Noah rubbed his eyebrows and said so. It's roughly because something terrible happened. In order to protect myself, all my noble phantoms became the price. Oh. Gareth was surprised. Something that even you think is terrible. That's right. Noah said helplessly. Something that even I think is terrible. That's to say, after the two good news, there's another bad news, right? Riveria nodded her chin. However, it's already very helpful to be able to solve the problem of materials and transportation, and also allow us to have the means to increase our overall strength at a critical moment. This is the advantage of our expedition this time. Finn stood up and looked around at everyone present. In that case, let's get ready. After 3 days, we'll enter the underground city. Everyone suddenly nodded their heads heavily. Even Noah began to look forward to it. The unreached area. What would it be like there? Chapter 2027. Clang. The chilling swordlights were like two lightning bolts that fiercely collided in the air, causing crisp clashing sounds and sparks. In the atrium where the sun had just risen, a man and a woman were sweating to their heart's content, letting the long swords in their hands collide with each other. Bathed in the morning sun, they continued to attack and defend. The continuous clashing sounds reverberated in the atrium. The collision of swords went on for who knows how many rounds. Noah and AIC continued to spar like they did on the first day, and the battle became more and more intense, causing several extremely thrilling situations that were enough to frighten any onlooker. This kind of practice continued until the base began to become more lively. Huff. 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 AIC finally lowered the hand that had been holding the sword and began to gasp for breath. A lot of sweat flowed down her cheeks, and even a pair of crystal-clear eyes began to show some fatigue. On the opposite side, Noah also lowered the sword in his hand. Although some sweat flowed down his body, he didn't speed up his breathing in the slightest. Obviously, he wasn't sweating because of physical exhaustion, and seemed to have more than enough to spare. In this regard, AIC began to feel a kind of pressure in her heart. 3 days had passed since the last meeting of the cadres of Loki's clan to decide on the expedition. Not long after, the expedition of Loki's clan would begin. During these 3 days, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth, who were the leaders of the clan, had been busy preparing all kinds of supplies. Tiona, and Bert were all running errands, and they were almost nowhere to be seen all day. As a cadre of Loki's clan, AIC was naturally ordered to do some things. However, the blonde girl wasn't good at this kind of thing. She only knew how to fight and kill, and wasn't even very good at communicating with people. Therefore, she was even less arranged than Leafia, which made the girl very depressed. There was only one thing that made AIC happy. That was, during the time when Riveria began to be busy with the clan's affairs, the person who accompanied AIC to train became Noah. I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll accompany you for a while. This was what Noah, who had changed his appearance, told AIC. AIC had to admit that although she felt sorry for Riveria, after Noah replaced Riveria as her sparring partner, not only did her training become more efficient, but she also enjoyed it. Noah was by his side. Just this fact alone made AIC very happy. Is this the so-called like? AIC, who was not an expert in matters of the heart, could only muddle her thoughts. She felt an unprecedented sense of shame in her heart. However, it did not take long for this feeling to be extinguished. For the past 3 days, Noah and AIC had been sparring. However, AIC discovered a cruel truth later on. That was, in these 3 days, AIC had never been able to make him take a single step back. She couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. No matter how hard AIC tried, to the extent that she did not hesitate to reveal her true abilities in the sparring session, Noah was still able to deal with her attacks with ease. From the looks of it, he simply did not bring out his full strength. No, it should be said that he did not even try to be serious. Thus, AIC understood one thing. The person in front of her, there was an unbridgeable gap between them. The gap between them was too big. To Noah, this was just a sparring session. However, to AIC, in these 3 days, other than magic, she had already used everything she had, but she still could not touch Noah. She could not even make Noah take a single step back. This made AIC's muddle-headed feelings of a young girl disappear without a trace, turning into an impulse. An impulse to chase after him. The power that she pursued was right in front of her eyes. Whether it was the muddle-headed feelings or the pursuit of power, she had to chase after it. Chase after the man in front of her. Driven by her emotions, AIC took a deep breath, calmed her breathing, and raised her sword again. Seeing the flames of struggle burning in AIC's eyes, Noah could not help but laugh. Alright, let's stop here. The sky is already bright, and we have to set off soon. You should go back to your room and prepare. AIC was slightly startled, then she noticed the time and lowered the weapon in her hand in disappointment. Seeing AIC like this, Noah felt that it was really funny. Although this girl was not good at expressing her feelings, she was also not good at hiding them. Even though the changes were very subtle, but if one observed carefully, one could still see the thoughts in this blonde girl's heart from her expression and eyes. This is also the type of girl who writes everything on her face, right? Noah could not help but laugh in his heart. He stepped forward and stood in front of AIC. Don't worry, there will be plenty of time for sparring in the future. As long as I'm still in this clan tribe, I won't mind accompanying you. Noah habitually reached out his hand and patted AIC's head. Take it one step at a time. Don't rush for instant success. If that's the case, you will definitely become stronger. Noah's words made AIC's expression soften a little. She raised her head and looked at Noah's smiling face. Even though his face was different from the one in her memory, she could still see the gentleness in his dark, deep eyes. AIC's pretty face blushed a little, but she did not resist Noah's hand at all, and smiled embarrassedly. In the sunny courtyard, the scene of a man and a woman in close contact filled the surroundings with warmth. At this moment, a gaze full of resentment was cast on Noah, and Noah paused his actions. Feeling that gaze, Noah glanced over speechlessly. All he saw was that in the corner of the courtyard, a cute elf girl with sharp ears was hiding there, glaring at Noah with resentment as if she was looking at a mortal enemy. Who else could it be other than Leafia? Noah could even use his eternally strengthened hearing to catch the elf girl's mutterings. Too cunning. Too cunning. Not only does he monopolize Miss AIC all day long. He even caresses Miss AIC's head like that. He immerses himself in such a good atmosphere. He's really too cunning. Too hateful. The elf who yearned for the golden-haired, golden-eyed girl continued to release her resentment, giving Noah a headache. In these 3 days, the same thing happened many times. Whenever Noah was alone with AIC, Leafia would always appear in all sorts of corners and stare at Noah as if she was looking at her father's murderer. It was as if she was his spirit, making Noah feel that he might be cursed by this girl. In this regard, Noah really wanted to say something. Everyone knows that the werewolf likes AIC. Why don't I see you being his spirit? In the end, of course, Noah didn't say that out loud. At this moment, the elf girl's resentful voice carried a hint of anger. She couldn't help but jump out and yell. "You've been touching her for too long." As she shouted, Leafia rushed forward with an astonishing momentum and dragged AIC away. Leafia? AIC was startled. "Miss AIC." Leafia faced AIC and revealed a smile as if she was deliberately ignoring Noah. "Let's go prepare for the expedition." Leafia's smile was indeed very cute, proving that there was no such thing as an ugly elf. But for some reason, AIC felt that Leafia's smile was a little scary. In an instant, she was overwhelmed by Leafia's inexplicable aura and nodded weakly. "Humph." Leafia snorted coldly at Noah and turned her head away, leaving the back of her head to Noah. She then held AIC's hand and walked towards the mansion. AIC seemed to want to say something to Noah, but she was forcefully dragged away by Leafia. She could only look at Noah like an abandoned animal. In the end, she was still brought into the mansion and disappeared from Noah's sight. Noah was really amused. This clan tribe is indeed far more interesting than I imagined. As Noah sighed, the bell for dinner rang. In an instant, the lively atmosphere in the mansion changed completely. Because everyone knew. After dinner, it was time to start the expedition. Let's hope something interesting will happen. With this thought in mind, Noah also walked into the mansion. Chapter 2028. On the day when Loki's clan decided to go on an expedition to the underground city, the weather was very good. Warm sunlight poured down from the sky, illuminating the white-walled tower standing in the center of the city, the Tower of Babel. And in front of the Tower of Babel, a group of heavily armed people was gathered here. This group of people seemed to have occupied this territory, and a large area around it was empty. The adventurers who planned to go to the underground city were like a crowd of onlookers, surrounding the group and pointing at them. If you looked carefully, you would be able to see it. In front of the group, a flag with a clown pattern was fluttering in the wind. Only under a flag could people form a group. This sentence was heard countless times in the box, and now it was displayed in the most realistic way in another world, in the most realistic way in front of Noah. Noah gathered here with the rest of the members of Loki's clan. He blended in with the crowd, making full use of the advantage of his common face. In terms of appearance alone, he did not attract anyone's attention at all. Next to Noah, Leafia, who was carrying a huge cylindrical backpack, also stood there as a supporter. Woo! Leafia seemed to be still angry with Noah, and she looked dissatisfied. "Why do I have to act with Mr. Noah?" "Because we are all basic members," Noah said teasingly. "The expedition must be dominated by the first-level adventurers. LV-4S and LV-3S like us can only be the support, and when the conditions allow, we can only act as the rear guard." As Noah said, the first-level adventurers, such as Ace, Tiona, Finn, Riveria, Gareth, and Bert, stood at the forefront of the team, majestically receiving the worship of the adventurers around them. In the eyes of others, these first-level adventurers were undoubtedly the protagonists of the expedition of Loki's clan. As for LV-4 players like Noah and LV-3 players like Leafia, in the eyes of others, they were really just insignificant members of the team. At this time, they could not steal the limelight at all. After all, the deeper areas from the 37th floor onwards were not an area that LV-3 and LV-4 adventurers could enter. Therefore, during the expedition, the first-level adventurers were the real protagonists, and the support was the LV-3 and LV-4 members of the clan tribe. In other words, among the Loki clansmen who planned to go on an expedition to the dungeon, other than the first-level adventurers, the rest were all LV-3 and LV-4 supporters. Since that was the case, Noah and Leafia, who were also LV-3 and LV-4 respectively, naturally had nothing special about them and could only blend in with the crowd. In fact, even Noah had a huge backpack on his back. Therefore, Noah emphasized that he was only a supporting character. He was only here to gain experience, to be a bystander, and to pick up dropped items. Leafia was speechless all of a sudden. Undoubtedly, this big shot in front of her was the real trump card of the entire clan tribe. He actually carried a backpack like her and acted as a support. How could she endure it? When she thought that she could only be reduced to a support after reaching the deeper area, and this companion beside her could be used as a hidden trump card in the dungeon, Lefia's mood became extremely complicated. Rifia was looking forward to Ace's future. Of course, even if it was only a little, Lefia also hoped to catch up with Ace. However, the man beside her was the person whom she longed for, After reaching the extremely dangerous deeper area, if Miss Ace encountered danger, this man in front of her would be able to save the person she looked forward to, right? What about her? Not only would she not be able to help at that time, but she might also drag the team down, right? In fact, the same thing had happened many times before, and AIC had saved Rifia countless times. It was because of this that Lefia looked forward to Ace, hoping to stand beside this swordsman and fight side by side with her. However, at the moment, it was impossible to do that at all, right? Lefia's mood was really complicated at this thought. Under such circumstances, a voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Don't worry, as long as you have the heart to move forward bravely and never give up, you will definitely not be a burden. Lefia was slightly taken aback. She lifted her head and looked at Noah instinctively. Looking at Lefia, who was staring at him in a daze, Noah suddenly smiled. He extended his hand and rubbed Lefia's head. You are the successor of Riveria. Have some confidence in yourself. Upon hearing that, Lefia opened her mouth slightly and blushed. She jumped away and dodged Noah's hand that seemed to have magical powers. She stuttered, My name is Noah's name. You use this method to deceive Miss Ace, right? I won't fall for it. Huh? Noah stared blankly on the spot. It was not just Noah. Even his companions turned their gazes and looked at Noah and Lefia. Their expressions were strange, and they even began to whisper to each other. Is Drake really having designs on Miss Ace? After all, he's been Miss Ace's sparring partner for the past few days. How enviable. No, infuriating. That's right, in an instant, Noah went from being an unremarkable spectator to being the center of attention. Regardless of whether it was the male or female members, they all looked at Noah with hatred for a common enemy, making Noah's stomach hurt. At this moment, a loud and clear voice sounded. Everyone, pay attention. The noise in the team suddenly stopped. Everyone shut their mouths and looked forward. Under the banner of Loki's clan, the three leaders, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth, were lined up in a row, facing everyone. That serious expression made everyone feel like soldiers, and they could not help but straighten their bodies. From now on, we, Loki's clan, will embark on an expedition. Finn stood between Riveria and Gareth, and began to speak as the leader of the clan. This is not our first expedition, and I believe it won't be the last. So, like before, due to the problem of numbers, the team will first be divided into two groups. The first group will be led by Riveria, and will set off immediately. The second group will be led by Gareth and me. We'll set off in about 3 hours and head to the 18th floor of the safety floor to rendezvous. The area of the dungeon grew larger the lower one went, and the upper floors were rather crowded. In order to be able to pass smoothly, it was necessary to go in groups when carrying out a large-scale expedition. Considering that there is a floor master before the 18th floor, all the first-level adventurers will join the first group and be responsible for defeating the floor master first. After the rendezvous, we'll head to the 50th floor in one go. Finn's gaze swept across everyone present, and his voice became louder. We only have one goal, and that is the unreached floor, the 59th floor. The bold words from the leader of the clan ignited everyone's hearts slightly. The surrounding adventurers were also shocked, and their hearts were filled with longing. After all, that was a floor that no clan had reached yet. If Loki's clan could really complete the crusade on the 59th floor, the significance would definitely not be ordinary. That's right. This expedition is of great significance. Finn's tone became heavy. However, only by coming back alive can you enjoy that glory. If you die, then there's nothing. That one sentence made everyone fall into silence. Yes. Only by being alive can you enjoy glory. If you died, even if you became a hero in others' words, you would only be praised by others, and you would not be able to hear it yourself. Live on. My compatriots. Riveria's voice began to ring. Only by living on, you are the best. Gareth's heavy voice rang out as well. Our goal, in addition to reaching the unreached floor, is to have everyone survive. Finn's voice once again pierced everyone's heart. Can you do it? Everyone's heart began to surge with an impulse. Could they do it? Was there a need to ask? At this time, wasn't there only one answer? Seeing that everyone's eyes were burning with fighting spirit, Finn smiled with satisfaction. Good. Let's go. Under Finn's call, in the next second, a roar full of fighting spirit resounded through the sky. The expedition had begun. Chapter 2029. On the top floor of the towering Tower of Babel, Freya looked down at the Loki's clansmen who swarmed into the bottom of the tower and entered the underground city. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and a charming smile appeared on her breathtaking beauty. So, that child is hiding among Loki's clansmen. With her eyes that could look directly into the souls of those in the lower realm, Freya could clearly see her beloved among Loki's clansmen, who shone with a dazzling light. Noah's transformation could fool everyone, but he could not fool this beautiful goddess who had special eyes that could look directly into the souls of others. In front of this beautiful goddess, Noah's whereabouts were completely exposed. Loki really knows how to make use of every opportunity, Freya murmured, but the smile on her beautiful face became a little cold. It's really unpleasant. This was Freya's current mood. This feeling was not caused by the fact that her previous game had been seen through by her sweetheart, nor was it caused by the merciless warning she received. It was just pure jealousy. Freya could ignore the fact that Noah had joined Hestia's clan. Because, in Freya's eyes, Hestia was not a difficult goddess at all. As the virgin goddess who symbolized purity, Hestia had almost no tricks up her sleeves. Even though she had the vision and experience of a god, she was not a worthy opponent for Freya, who was in charge of beauty and love and knew the love and hatred of people. So, when Noah joined Hestia's clan, Freya just smiled and let it go. However, it was different when it came to Loki's clansmen. Freya and Loki were already old acquaintances when they were in the heavens. With the status of an evil god, Loki was almost on par with Freya in terms of scheming. It was because of this that Loki and Freya's clansmen could become the kings of Uareili together. If asked which god Freya was most afraid of among all the clansmen, it was undoubtedly Loki. Moreover, Loki knew almost everything about Freya. He knew about Freya's unflattering obsession with collecting souls, and also knew about the special ability of Freya's eyes. Even if he did not know all of Freya's secrets, he had at least spied on more than half of them. If Noah joined Loki's clan, it would undoubtedly be very difficult to get Noah. Freya was very unhappy with the fact that her old enemy had gotten what she wanted the most. In the room, the rock-hard orc spoke in a deep voice. The expedition of Loki's clan has just begun. What Otto meant was that if Freya wanted to do something to Loki's clan, this was undoubtedly a good opportunity. In this regard, Freya did not hesitate to reject. Loki knows that I want that child, so he must have guessed my feelings. In other words, it was very likely that Loki was already on guard and had even made sufficient preparations. If Freya were to find trouble with Loki's clan now, she would definitely be schemed against by the evil god who once caused the gods to kill each other in the heavens. Besides, with your abilities, can you stop the child's attack while dealing with Loki's clan? Freya said in an extremely pessimistic tone. Otto, although you are brave and stand at the peak of all the adventurers in Uareili, but against all the level 1 adventurers in Loki's clan, there is absolutely no chance of winning, right? Not to mention there is still that child who is still unfathomable, isn't there? Otto was silent. Silence was equivalent to consent. Obviously, although Otto was the only LV, 7 in Euryale, there was no way he could face so many level 1 adventurers in Loki's clan alone. Ace, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth were all LV 6. Tiona, Tioni, and Bert were all LV 5. In the face of 7 level 1 adventurers, more than half of which were LV 6. Even Otto had no chance of winning. Unless Freya's entire clan attacked. After all, in Freya's clan, in addition to Otto who was LV 7, there were 3 LV 6. And 4 LV 5. That was enough to fight against Loki's clan. Unfortunately, there was also the unfathomable Noah in Loki's clan. That child is enough to break all the balance and redeem all the disadvantages. Freya swayed the red wine in the glass in her hand, her seductive lips slightly parted as she said so. Otto, you have to understand that after that child joined Loki's clan, we no longer have an advantage, even if we have you. Otto was silent once more. In this regard, Freya's mood naturally became even more displeased. After a while, she smiled sweetly. Forget it, even Loki can't really hold that child. When they come back from the underground city, we will pay them a visit. Yes. Otto replied. Woo 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 woo. In the 17th floor of the underground city, in the huge cavern leading to the 18th floor, an earth-shaking roar suddenly resounded. Boom. Accompanied by a heavy tremor, a tower-like foot fiercely stomped on the ground, causing the ground to shake and the entire cavern to tremble, scattering dust everywhere. A huge humanoid monster nearly 10 meters tall, the floor master named Goliath stomped on the ground, raised his fist, and punched at the troops in front of him, causing a gust of wind to blow. It was a terrifying blow that was enough to seriously injure a LV 5 level 1 adventurer. Although classified as LV 4, in terms of pure arm strength, Goliath was undoubtedly stronger than a LV 5 level 1 adventurer who was good at developing strength. Therefore, even LV 5 adventurers, or even LV 6 adventurers, generally would not foolishly resist Goliath's direct attack. The adventurers of Loki's clan were naturally the same. Dodge. Following Riveria's order, the adventurers of Loki's clan all retreated in front of Goliath. Boom. The earth-shattering roar turned into a sound wave, violently blowing in all directions. Goliath's direct attack shattered the ground, and rocks and debris were like huge bullets from the sky, violently flying in all directions, disrupting the formation of the retreating members of Loki's clan. In this regard, Riveria calmly ordered. Attack! With Riveria's order, the dwarves raised their battle axes, the Amazons raised their long swords, the orcs raised their bows, and the elves raised their magic wands, launching a fierce attack on the huge floor master. For a moment, the light of swords, the shadow of swords, the rain of arrows, and even the thunder began to appear, shrouding the huge humanoid monster, cutting its muscles and bones, piercing its skin, and even burning its dark body. The scene could be described as earth-shattering. Goliath let out a roar of pain. Seeing the basic members of Loki's clan surrounding the huge humanoid monster, carrying out an extremely effective fierce attack, the level 1 adventurers who were on standby at the rear began to chat with a relaxed expression. It's going very well. Tiona said with some boredom. In this way, we can't make a move. Goliath is not an opponent we need to face in the first place. Tiona reminded. In the past, when we were on expeditions, Goliath was also dealt with by those low-level members of the clan. Don't complain. For level 1 adventurers, Goliath was not a difficult opponent, and even if they defeated it, it would not give any experience points worth mentioning. Therefore, generally, during expeditions, monsters like Goliath's level were dealt with by those LV 3 and LV 4 members to accumulate experience points and improve their strength. For level 1 adventurers, the experience points were not a big deal, but for LV 3 and LV 4 adventurers, it was much more valuable. At this time, kill-stealing was absolutely immoral. Finn arranged for the level 1 adventurers to be in the vanguard, mainly to deal with unexpected situations. Once there was danger, they could not care so much, and the level 1 adventurers on standby would all rush over. Because of this, While Tiona and Tiona were chatting, Riveria had been giving orders, and Ace was also paying attention to the situation in front of them, ready to rescue at any time. Only Bert, with a look of displeasure, shouted at the person next to him. "What are you standing there for? You go too." The person who was shouted at by Bert was Noah. Chapter 20:30. In fact, Bert had been unhappy with Noah for a long time. The reason was simple. At the beginning of the expedition, the areas before the deeper layers were for LV3 and LV, for adventurers to accumulate experience points. When exploring the unreached areas, only level 1 adventurers above LV5 could be of use. The rest of the adventurers joined as rearguards and support. In other words, by the time they reached the deeper area, the level 2 adventurers who were only level 3 and level 4 were almost useless. They could only stay in the garrison, take care of the supplies and spoils, and serve the level 1 adventurers who were fighting at the front line. If they didn't accumulate experience points while they could still be of use, then the expedition would really be just a porter and a waiter. Other than broadening their horizons, they wouldn't gain anything. It was precisely because of this that in the first half of the journey, the LV5 and LV6 first-level adventurers were only holding the line, while the LV3 and LV4 second-level adventurers were required to fight on the battlefield, accumulate experience points, and gain growth. However, what was this guy who was also LV4 doing? Ignoring the floor master, who was a highly sought-after prey, this guy actually stayed in the same spot and watched with relish. How could Bert be happy like this? Even that stupid elf who had been following behind Ace grabbed his wand and rushed forward. Do you think that the EXP gain method is fair game? Bert glared at Noah with a ferocious glare. Hurry up and fight for me. After saying that, Bert lifted his foot and kicked Noah's back unceremoniously. It seemed that he intended to kick Noah to the front line. However, Noah, who was carrying a huge backpack, suddenly turned around and lightly dodged the kick. After shrugging his shoulders, he didn't even take off the huge backpack on his back. Instead, he rushed forward like a sharp arrow. Wait! Tiona and Tyogni almost cried out in surprise at the same time. AIC was even more surprised. She instinctively raised her feet, intending to charge forward. However, before that, Riveria stopped them. Don't worry. Riveria said in a voice that Bert couldn't hear. He knows what he's doing. As if to prove Riveria's words, Noah, who had transformed into a gale, rushed forward and immediately blended into the crowd, starting to fish in troubled waters. At the very least, to Ace, Riveria, Tiona, and Tyone who knew Noah's true strength, Noah's performance could only be described as fishing in troubled waters. They saw that Noah, who was mixed in the crowd, had not taken off the huge backpack on his back. His hands tightly grasped the shoulder straps of the backpack on his back, but his feet moved like shadows, shuttling quickly through the battlefield. Sometimes, he was like a breeze that came and went as he pleased. His figure suddenly flickered as he dodged Goliath's fist that was as heavy as a meteor. Sometimes, he was like a whirlwind that swept away thousands of troops, flashing back and forth around Goliath with extreme agility. Goliath was dizzy from the spinning and could not catch up with the lightning-fast little rascal at all. Sometimes, he was like a thunderstorm, rushing forward like a chariot, kicking out strong and powerful kicks that landed heavily on Goliath's toes. Goliath could not help but kneel on one knee as he was attacked head-on by the surrounding members of the Loki clan. Sometimes, he was like a reckless and willful typhoon, flying up recklessly. In the midst of Goliath's roar, he threw out a series of kicks like a storm. Amidst the thud 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 sounds of heavy blows, Goliath howled in pain again and again as he retreated violently. If Noah wanted to, he could definitely finish off a floor master of Goliath's level in an instant. However, Noah did not do so. Instead, like a LV4 adventurer with some strength, he was active at the forefront and launched a fierce attack on Goliath with his surrounding clan members. Riveria was right. Noah did have a sense of propriety. His performance was not too shocking, but he was unusually active, which made his companions in the clan feel refreshed and began to attack heavily. The following battle situation was completely one-sided. Although Noah's addition did not show any abnormalities beyond his level, he had fully displayed the strength of a LV4 level. Looking at Noah's dazzling kicks, Bert raised his eyebrows and was speechless. That kid. Recently, the news that Noah had become AIC's sparring partner had spread throughout the entire Loki clan. So, Bert had always thought that Noah should have decent sword skills. Who would have thought that this guy would actually use kicking skills? That was the werewolf Bert's proud skill. How is it, Bert? Tiona deliberately asked as if she was looking for trouble. How's little Drake's kicking skills compared to yours? What do you mean? Bert said in disdain. You're not going to say that the little guy's kicking skills are better than mine, are you? As an adventurer who relied on his feet to make a living, Bert's fighting style was relatively rare in the entire Eulalia. Although Bert was only LV5, in terms of kicking skills, no one in the entire Eulalia could beat him. The kicking skills that Noah was using now seemed very dazzling, but in Bert's eyes, it was just an amateur. You don't use a good sword, but you use a kicking skill that you're not good at. You're really a little guy who likes to play to the gallery. Bert's words were still rude and merciless. That kind of guy. I really don't understand the point of you guys hanging around to have fun. You really don't have anything nice to say about a werewolf who likes to offend people. Tiona stuck her tongue out at Bert. I think you're just jealous that he can have fun with AIC every morning, right? Who's jealous of that little guy? Bert's voice became louder. Stop spreading rumors, you bastard Amazon. You're scolding me too. Tiona raised her eyebrows and began to expose. Don't think that I don't know, Bert. When Drake and AIC are doing morning exercises, don't you secretly hide in the sky corridor to watch? And you're still saying that you're not jealous? Bert's face twisted. It was an expression that would only appear when someone was poked at a sore spot. In response, Tiona giggled and delivered the final blow. Besides, AIC likes little brother Noah, not you annoying werewolf. Ooh 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 ooh. Bert let out a painful howl as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He clutched his chest and almost fell down. That painful howl almost overlapped with Goliath's mournful cry before his death. Kaboom! In the deafening sound of falling to the ground, Goliath, the floor master, slammed heavily on the ground and finally lost his life. The adventurers of Loki's clan cheered and jumped for joy. They were happy to have defeated the floor master. Noah, who was mixed in the crowd, looked at Leafia, whose breathing had quickened. He met Leafia's gaze and smiled mockingly at the elven girl. Leafia's pretty face instantly turned red and she quickly averted her gaze. Then, as if she felt that she couldn't take it anymore, she glared back at him with hatred. This cute reaction made Noah burst into laughter. He carried his backpack and quickly dodged to the side. Tiona moved closer to AIC and snickered when they saw this scene. AIC, don't you feel that little brother's relationship with Leafia seems to have improved? If you don't work harder, your sweetheart will be snatched away by Leafia. AIC's pretty face blushed fiercely. It was rare for her to glare at her two friends of the same sex, causing them to scream and laugh as they ran away. As for Bert, he was still immersed in his injuries and couldn't extricate himself. Looking at the rather joyous scene, Riveria shook her head helplessly and raised her voice to give out orders again. Okay, hurry up and collect the magic stones of the floor master. If there are any dropped items, collect them too. The magic stones and dropped items from the floor master can be sold for a considerable price. Everyone responded and began to pack up. Noah once again mixed in with the crowd. While fooling around with Leafia, he acted like an ordinary member of the clan and acted as a supporter. Looking at Noah, who blended into the crowd and mingled with everyone, in the distance, AIC couldn't help but feel envious. In fact, AIC also wanted to get along happily with Noah. Chapter 2031. The 50th floor of the dungeon. Like the 18th floor, it was one of the few safe floors in the dungeon that did not produce monsters. It was also the last safe floor before reaching the domain. Unfortunately, although they were both safe floors, there was a decisive difference between the 18th floor and the 50th floor. There were two differences. One was the environment. If the 18th floor was like a beautiful paradise, then the 50th floor was a lifeless land of death. The ground here was gray. The trees here were gray. The rock walls here were gray. Even the river here had an unflattering green color. Even if the water here was poisonous, no one would doubt it. On the high ceiling, huge stalactites flickered with a faint phosphorescent light, providing the only light source on this floor. Compared to the 18th floor, which was like a paradise on Earth, there was no doubt that the 50th floor's environment could be described as harsh. It gave people a feeling that this was the environment that the dungeon should have. Another difference was the atmosphere. As the first safe floor of the dungeon, the 18th floor belonged to the middle area. Usually, there would be many adventurers who would use it as a temporary base. There was a lively atmosphere. But the 50th floor was different. As the front line of the dungeon, there were only a few adventurers who could come here. Generally speaking, if it wasn't a large group of famous clan members in Orly, they wouldn't be able to come to this floor. Therefore, although the 50th floor didn't have a town like the 18th floor, which planned to extort adventurers all day long, it could almost be said that no one would enter this place often. With these two decisive factors, the 50th floor was almost dead silent. There was no sign of life. And under such circumstances, at this moment, the Rosai clan members were camping in a corner. It was a huge rock that extended from the rock wall. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It could see the strange gray forest in the 50th floor at a glance. The Loki clan members who had just arrived on this floor were in a lively atmosphere that did not fit in with the surroundings. They set up tents, lit bonfires, and even hung magic stone lamps in front of the tents to illuminate the space that lacked light. The noise was constantly ringing. The clamor continued to reverberate. The members of Loki's clan walked back and forth, bustling in and out, and even shouting loudly. It could be said to be lively. Amidst the ruckus, a group of guild members continued to move in and out of a tent that was set up right in the middle of the campsite. It was clearly much bigger than the other tents. Seeing the members coming in and out, many of the members who were setting up camp had strange and bewildered expressions on their faces. This was because every time the members who entered and left the tent, they would enter empty-handed. When they came out, they would push large metal chests and take out various kinds of supplies and distribute them to everyone present. Among those resources, there was food, water, clothing, weapons, as well as various items. If all these materials were added together, even if they were stored in metal boxes, it would be enough to burst the tent. However, in the tent, the members were still busy going in and out. Every time, they would go in empty-handed, but when they came out, they would have a batch of supplies in their hands. It was as if they had walked into another world, making them feel very strange. What kind of trick is Captain and the others playing? They can actually make so many supplies come out of that tent. No wonder no one brought any supplies when they set off. Their backpacks were either filled with camping equipment or empty. If this continues, then we don't have to worry about running out of food like before, and have to kneel on the way back. How did Captain and the others do it? The members of the entire campsite began to discuss. It seemed to be much livelier than during the previous expedition. Among them, a young cat girl curiously asked Leafia, who was also busy next to her. "Hey, Leafia, you seem to have a good relationship with the officers. Do you know how Captain and the others did it?" "No. I don't know." Leafia laughed dryly. Maybe there's a powerful figure who's helping them behind the scenes." "Is that so?" The young cat girl pursed her lips. Clearly, she didn't choose to believe it. Leafia couldn't help but mutter to herself as she looked at the cat-human girl. "I'm telling the truth. You're the one who doesn't believe me." While the members outside were amazed, Noah raised the dark golden card in the tent and aimed it at the ground in front of him. Clank! In a dazzling flash, metal boxes filled with all kinds of supplies were taken out of the gift card and arranged neatly in front of everyone. "Okay," Finn ordered skillfully. "Another batch of people come in." Under Finn's command, a few members of the grassroots level entered the tent and looked at the neatly arranged boxes with indescribable expressions. After all, this was the fourth time they had come in. Undoubtedly, they had just moved the supplies out of the tent, but every time they came in, a new batch of supplies would appear out of thin air and be placed in their original positions. This magical scene filled everyone's heart with bewilderment and curiosity. As for Bert, who had watched from the beginning to the end, he couldn't help but be speechless. "What's with that card? How is it? It's amazing, isn't it?" Tiona puffed out her chest with a smug look on her face as if she was showing off. "Now you know why we value little brother Drake so much, right? He has such a miraculous method, you know. In other words, he's just a porter." Bert pursed his lips. "Lame." Bert's words angered Tiona, and she started quarreling with Bert. While Tiona and Bert were quarreling, Noah took out another batch of supplies and asked Finn to order people to move them out. "How is it? Do you still want to continue?" Noah asked in a bored manner. "There's still more than half of the supplies that haven't been taken out." "Half?" Finn licked his thumb. It was his habitual action when he was hot-blooded or deep in thought. That was what Finn said. "Although there's still more than half, the supplies that have been taken out are enough to last for half a month. So, let's leave it at that for the time being." Noah nodded nonchalantly and the gift card in his hand dissipated like a phantom. Everyone was intrigued by this magical means. However, before they could ask any questions, Finn began to give out orders. "All right, the camp should be more or less set up. Let's gather outside and prepare for the pre-strategy meeting." Everyone's attention was instantly diverted as they nodded one after another. Since the 50th floor didn't have the same crystal light source as the 18th floor, there was no distinction between day and night. The people of Loki's clan could only rely on a pocket watch to check the time. After dinner, they gathered in front of the campfire and began the pre-strategy meeting. So, around the campfire, the first-level adventurers sat down around the fire, and the rest of the people gathered around the cadre sitting in front of the campfire and listened carefully. Immediately, Finn began to speak. As before, starting from the 51st floor, the first-level adventurers will form an elite team with several supporters to explore, and the rest will stay in the camp. There was no surprise in everyone's expression. Starting from the 51st floor, even the supporters must have a certain ability, otherwise, it would be suicide. This was originally the exploration area of the first-level adventurers. If a large number of LV-3 and LV-4 second-level adventurers flooded into the lower floors, it would not only affect the speed of the march, but it would even increase the probability of accidents. At that time, they would have to trouble the first-level adventurers to protect them. The loss outweighed the gain. Therefore, in every expedition, the majority of Loki's clan would stay in the camp on the 50th floor, and the rest of the elite would form a team to go to the unreached area. This time, we have fewer scruples than before. We don't have to worry about materials and supplies, so we will use the most elite team to attack, Finn said. Those who are named by me, all sit in front of me. Chapter 2032. Finn's words caused the expressions of all the members to tighten slightly. This time, the announcement was not a joke. Not to mention the clearers, even the clearers who stayed behind could be in danger. In the last expedition, the monsters on the 51st floor attacked the 50th floor, and the camp was almost destroyed. If it wasn't for the fact that Riveria, LV-6 who was left in the camp to command, and AIC's group had returned in time to repel the monsters, the destruction of supplies was a small matter, but a large number of sacrifices would be a big deal. This time, Finn was going to send out all the elites, which meant that there would be no level 1 adventurers left in the camp. Once a large number of monsters rushed to the safety floor and attacked the camp, the probability of total annihilation was almost half. Therefore, no one would underestimate this deployment. If even the clearers who stayed behind were in danger, then the troops who went to the unreached area would be in even more danger. In the face of this deployment that was directly related to life and death, everyone could not help but be on tenterhooks. Even the level 1 adventurers were afraid. Even so, Finn still started to mix the ingredients with a calm expression. The members who will join the clearers are me, Riveria, Gareth, AIC, Tiona, Tioni, and Bert. All the level 1 adventurers will join the team. This arrangement was not unexpected. Therefore, in front of the campfire, the level 1 adventurers were all sitting, and they were not moved. Then, Finn spoke like this. As for the support, I thought about it, and finally decided to only let 2 people join the team. 2 people. Everyone was stunned. 2 people. Bert frowned and said so. I don't have any opinion, anyway, the fewer people the better. That way, they won't drag me down. But considering the weapons and items we need to carry, as well as the magic stones and spoils of war, 2 people is not enough, right? Don't worry, I have also thought about this. Finn made a calm gesture and said so. As for the issue of carrying items, as long as Drake is here, no matter how many people we lack, we can make up for it. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were focused on Noah, who was mixed in the crowd. Noah raised his eyebrows and smiled. In other words, one of the 2 supporters is me. Of course, Finn replied with a smile. Or rather, with your support, we have a better chance of survival. Finn's overly high evaluation surprised everyone. Including Bert. Only Ace, Tiona, Tyogni, Riveria, and Gareth nodded in agreement, causing the members of Loki's clan to look at each other. Sure enough, there was something special about this new LV4. Otherwise, the cadres wouldn't have paid so much attention to her. Finn added when everyone was thinking about it. Of course, considering that the reinforcements will also have to act as the rear guard and provide fire support, the other reinforcements will be Leafia. Huh? Leafia was shocked. Me? No need to doubt it. Gareth laughed. You are the successor of Riveria and the deputy leader of the clan in the future. Who else can it be if not you? But, I'm only LV3. Leafia was nervous. Compared to me, there are so many LV4 companions here. You should choose them, right? Is there a difference? Tiona directly threw out such a sentence. On the floors below the 51st floor, as long as it's not a LV5 first-level adventurer, whether it's LV3 or LV4, there's no difference, right? Leafia was suddenly speechless. Yes. For the areas below the 51st floor, whether it's LV3 or LV4, there's no difference. Because it's not a place where second-level adventurers should go. So, we only consider firepower, not level. Riveria looked at Leafia. And just in terms of firepower, you, who has mastered more magic and is a magic-specialized type, are undoubtedly the best candidate. 1,000 Elves. That was the title Leafia got. As the name implied, it meant that Leafia could use more than 1,000 kinds of magic. However, to be more precise, it should be said that one of Leafia's magic gave her this possibility. The name of the magic was the Circle of Elves. It was a summoning magic. It didn't summon monsters or monsters, but magic itself. As long as it was a magic belonging to the elves, Leafia could use it at the cost of consuming the corresponding spiritual power of the magic. In other words, as long as Leafia paid the spiritual power needed to use the Circle of Elves, plus the spiritual power needed to be consumed to summon the magic, she could use any magic used by the elves. Of course, the condition was that she must completely master the magic effect needed to summon and the incantation needed to be chanted. Otherwise, she would not be able to succeed. In view of this, in theory, as long as she mastered enough magic effects and incantations, then Leafia could use all the magic used by the elves. In view of this possibility, the gods gave her the title of 1,000 Elves. It was because Leafia had such a possibility that this elven girl could become the successor of Eulalia's most powerful sorcerer, Riveria. As for the so-called magic specialization, it referred to the magic item in Lefia's ability value. Your magic was trained to the max level, which is to say, reached the S stage before it was upgraded, right? Finn said so. You have trained your magic to the max level and have skills to assist you. In terms of firepower alone, you have already completely surpassed the level of LV4 and reached the level of LV5. Once you successfully use magic, we have to retreat. As a rear guard, we have to pay attention to your firepower. In addition, you can use more types of magic to deal with various situations. I think that you can play a role beyond LV4. So, Lefia, you will join our team as the second support. Riveria said with one eye closed. If you don't want to come, then we won't force you. Hearing this sentence, Lefia couldn't help but look at AIC's direction. AIC met Lefia's gaze, her crystal-clear eyes sparkling like the stars in the night sky. Looking at the person she looked forward to, Lefia's heart gradually became firm. I understand. Lefia nodded stiffly. Let me. No, please let me go with you. Riveria, Gareth, Tiona, and Tyogni all smiled. Very good. Finn nodded. Then the clearers have decided, the 9 of us will form the clearers together. Humph, Bert glanced at Noah and Lefia. Don't drag me down, little guys. Noah curled his lips and smiled, while Lefia's pretty face sank. She seemed to be really nervous. However, under AIC's gaze, Noah and Lefia both sat down on AIC's left and right sides. As for the rest of you, stay in the camp and help us prepare supplies. Finn looked at the members who were standing. You must be careful, just like the previous time, when a large number of monsters appear. Your mission is to defend, and the key is to make use of this terrain that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. There is a batch of magic swords among the distributed supplies. If there is no other choice, use the magic swords to repel the monsters. Understood? Yes. All the members of the group answered. That's the basic allocation. As for the specific allocation of posts, it's up to you to decide. Finn said and stood up. The meeting ends here. Tonight, except for the night watch, the rest of you are to have a good rest, especially the clearers. If you are listless tomorrow and accidentally lose your life in the dungeon, then don't expect me to offer flowers at your graves. After that, Finn signaled Riveria and Gareth with his eyes, and they walked to the big tent in the middle of the room. The members looked at each other, not knowing what to say, and fell into an indescribable silence. Only the clearers who were sitting in front of the campfire were calm. No, there was an exception. Lefia gritted her teeth tightly, and her small hands were trembling slightly, which made AIC a little worried. Looking at Lefia like this, Noah fell into deep thought. Chapter 2033. In the campsite on the 50th floor of the underground city, the noise gradually began to subside. The night patrol personnel were armed and stationed in every corner of the campsite. The personnel who didn't need to watch the night all laid down in their respective tents and prepared to rest. The bonfire burned slowly, bringing some warmth and illuminating the entire campsite. Under such circumstances, Noah slowly walked out of the tent and came to the edge of the huge rock where Loki's family camped. He stood on the steep cliff and looked into the distance. What entered Noah's eyes was a gray land and forest. However, Noah directly jumped over the monotonous land and forest and looked at the end of the 50th floor. There, on the thick rock wall, a seemingly bottomless hole appeared in the air, as if it led to hell. It was so dark that it seemed to be able to suck people in, causing fear in people. However, the place that looked like the entrance to hell was the destination of Noah's group tomorrow. The entrance to the 51st floor. It wasn't that Noah hadn't been to the 51st floor before. In the beginning, in order to train his newly acquired ability, Noah went deep into the deeper area more than once and went on a solo expedition to the 51st floor. Noah didn't have a deep impression of that place. He had never seen a new type of monster that could dissolve weapons as mentioned by AIC and the others, nor had he encountered any special danger. Therefore, the 51st floor only gave Noah the impression that it was too big and messy. Because, starting from the 51st floor to the 57th floor, the terrain began to become more complicated. It was a real labyrinth. Even with a map, if one wasn't careful, it was still possible to get lost and not find the way back up. For this kind of real labyrinth terrain, Noah had suffered before. In the end, he relied on the many magical items in the treasury to return to the 50th floor and return to the surface. In other words, the deepest area Noah had been to was the 51st floor. And the unreached area is the 59th floor, Noah muttered to himself. It seems that we can go deeper this time. The reason why Noah returned to this world and all the worlds he had been to before was to follow Gaia and Alea's instructions and not leave behind any regrets. He wanted to return to this world and see the people who were tied to him. Now, the arrangements for Hastia's family had been completed. Even without Noah, with the help of Chun-Ji's magic and the protection of Loki's clan, Hastia's clan wouldn't have any problems. In that case, Noah thought about what he had not done in this world. The answer he got was that he was curious about the area below the dungeon. It's not a bad idea to learn a little before we leave, and we can also repay Loki's conditions. Just as Noah was thinking about this, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. You've come to an interesting place. Hearing this voice, Noah was first stunned, then his heart moved, and he blurted out. Drager? The person who spoke was Delegu. Are you finally willing to speak? Noah said angrily. I thought you would become a taciturn gourd from now on. Since Noah left the world of Demon High School and returned to Between Worlds, Delegu was in a complete mess. Unlike Aster and Athena, who had peeked into Noah's memories and inner thoughts, knew all of Noah's secrets, and had a full understanding of Noah, Delegu didn't know about Noah's true identity and the real background of the various worlds. So, when Noah brought Delegu into Between Worlds, Delegu was in a complete mess. After Noah explained it, he couldn't speak anymore. Noah thought that Delegu was digesting too much information, so he didn't disturb him. Who knew that this silence made Delegu silent until now? In this regard, Delegu just bitterly smiled. I just want to observe this so-called new world through your eyes. Observe? Noah scratched his cheek. Since when did you start acting like this? You don't look like a dragon like Klon Kovacs, right? But the so-called dragon is such a simple creature. Delegu answered without hesitation. When I feel like fighting, I'll fight. When I feel like killing, I'll kill. When I feel like observing, I'll observe wholeheartedly. In the past, Orpheus had always been observing the flow of the world while Klon Kovac observed the existence of dragons. Compared to them, I'm considered better, right? Is that so? Noah curled his lips. Then did you observe anything? I can only say that it's unbelievable. Delegu sighed. I've seen a lot of gods in this world in my original world, but here they have become completely different existences. It's really unbelievable. For example, in the world of Demon High, Loki was the Prince Charming. In order to stop the peace talks in Northern Europe, he even brought Fenrir out. In the end, not only did he return empty-handed, even his most capable son, Fenrir, was taken in by Wally. It was not worth the loss. But in this world, Loki was a goddess. For Delegu, who had never been to a different world, this might be a novel experience. However, after living for so many years, I thought that I had a good understanding of the world. But suddenly, such a new world appeared. In addition, there are many other worlds that I don't know about. These unknowns are stimulating my instincts. Delegu suddenly laughed. If I still had a body, I would definitely make a scene, right? The adventurers in this world are like you now. They are attracted by the unknowns of the underground city, so they constantly challenge this underground maze and even risk their lives. For example, the clan I'm in now. Noah smiled slightly and looked at the big hole in the distance again. Although I'm not that persistent, my curiosity is still slightly aroused. Then let's give it a try, Drake said. Anyway, with your ability, there's no world that you can't break through. Is that so? Noah also smiled. But, I think so too. Then let me look forward to your performance, partner. Delegu laughed out loud. I also want to continue to observe this interesting world. For Delegu, who had lost his body and the meaning of existence was to provide power for the host, regaining something he wanted to do should make his mood a little excited. By the way, Orpheus and Lilith seem to have been observing this world through your eyes, Delegu said. Compared to the dragon, me, who only finds it interesting and observant, those two gods don't seem to care about anything. In fact, as long as it's something related to you, it will become a factor that will trigger their emotions. Noah nodded and gazed at the entrance to the 51st floor. His pitch-black eyes glinted slightly, then he turned around and walked towards his tent. But halfway through, Noah suddenly recalled something and stopped in his tracks. After pondering for a while, Noah sighed. Let's go take a look. After saying that, Noah turned in another direction and walked in the direction of another tent. Before long, Noah arrived at his destination. But, in front of the tent, a few young ladies had already arrived. Tiona exclaimed in surprise. Little brother. Why are you here? Tiona, and Tiona appeared in front of the tent and were about to enter. Tiona didn't seem to expect Noah to come here and was a little surprised. Cast a puzzled look at Noah. Under the gazes of the three young ladies, Noah laughed. It seems that our goal is the same. Tiona, and Tiona exchanged glances with each other, and then all of them burst into laughter. At this moment, a few more voices sounded. Everyone is here. Even Noah is here. It seems that everyone has the same thought. Along with these words, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth, the three leaders of the clan tribe, appeared. Perhaps because the owner of the tent heard the commotion outside, the owner of the tent came out. Leafia was a little confused. Why is everyone here? The owner of the tent was Leafia. Chapter 2034. Inside the tent, Rafia was sitting upright as if she was sitting on pins and needles. She looked at Noah and the group of Loki clan officers who were also sitting on the ground. She began to fidget in fear and trepidation. Among the Loki clan members, the one who was closest to the officers was undoubtedly Rafia. As Revelia's successor, this young girl had been learning from Revelia. Because of her longing for AIC, she was led by the nose by Tiona and Tiorn all day long, running all over the place. Over time, their relationship became much better. However, even so, Rafia still felt extremely nervous. Apart from Bert, the officers of the clan were all gathered in her tent. This made Rafia feel a little reserved. Under such circumstances, Noah and the rest sat on the ground without a care. Their gazes were all focused on Rafia. This made Rafia even more reserved. At that moment, Rafia could only speak weakly. Why have you all come here together? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and smiled. I think everyone has the same goal. As the representative, Finn stated everyone's goal. Then, we want to see how you're doing. And my situation? Rafia's neck shrunk. She seemed to understand what Finn was talking about. Forgive me for not being able to beat around the bush. I'll just say it. Riveria said as she looked at Rafia, as though she had seen through Rafia's heart. Rafia, are you very uneasy? Rafia immediately shut her mouth and lowered her head. It was as if she was too ashamed to see everyone. She was very depressed. I'm sorry. I know this seems very cowardly. Rafia bit her lip. But when I think about how much danger we might encounter tomorrow, I can't sleep. As expected. Riveria sighed. Everyone else had the same expected expression. This made Rafia lower her head even more. Undoubtedly, everyone looked calm and composed. She was the only one who felt uneasy. This made Rafia realize how cowardly she was. As expected, it's impossible to catch up to such an amazing person with my ability. Rafia was forced to think this. However, at this moment, Noah suddenly spoke. Don't misunderstand, no one here thinks you're a coward. Lifia was stunned. She raised her head and looked at Noah. You're not afraid of losing your life, are you? Noah met Lifia's stunned gaze and smiled as he exposed Lifia's inner thoughts. You're just afraid of dragging everyone down, right? He hit the bullseye. Noah's words were the real reason for the excessive unease in Lifia's heart. Is that so? Tiona was a little surprised. Lifia, so that's what you've been thinking all along? Idiot, it's not like this is the first day you've met Lifia. Do you think she's so cowardly that she doesn't even dare to enter the dungeon? Tioni snapped. If you're afraid of the dungeon, why are you an adventurer? I like what you said. Gareth stroked his beard and grinned. There are no adventurers who are afraid of the dungeon. Lifia is a qualified adventurer. There's no doubt about that. Lifia is very powerful. AIC nodded as well and said softly to Lifia as though she was not good with words. We believe in Lifia. AIC's words cleared a lot of the darkness in Lifia's heart. However, Lifia still spoke softly in an extremely unconfident manner. But, we're all first-level adventurers, and I'm the only second-level adventurer. Is it really good to choose me to join the team? That's where you're wrong. Noah shrugged. I'm also a second-level adventurer. Can I be compared to Mr. Noah? Lifia glared at Noah. Although your level is only LV4, your true strength is very strong. Level doesn't mean anything at all. You're right. Level doesn't mean anything at all. Noah suddenly smiled. If that's the case, so what if you're a second-level adventurer at LV3? Just because your level is low doesn't mean that you can't help, right? Lifia was instantly speechless. Finn, on the other hand, laughed. You have nothing to say, right? Lifia? Lifia opened her mouth and wanted to refute loudly. Noah was Noah, and she was herself. However, that would not be humility, but extreme lack of confidence. After all, the best example was right in front of her. Looking at the speechless Lifia, the corners of Noah's lips curled up slightly as he gave her a seemingly kind reminder. Or are you admitting that you're not as good as me? AIC will be very disappointed, right? The uneasiness in Lifia's heart instantly turned into anger. On the contrary, AIC spoke blankly. No, I won't. Before she could finish her sentence, Lifia loudly interrupted AIC. I won't lose to Mr. Noah. There was no longer a trace of nervousness and uneasiness on Lifia's face. With an astonishing aura, she approached AIC. Miss AIC, please believe me. I won't be a burden to everyone. I'll prove that I won't lose to Mr. Noah. AIC was startled by Lifia's approach and did not know what to say for a moment. When the others saw this scene, they looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Lifia's changed so quickly. Tiona, is this the purpose of this young man? Tiona, what a good provocation. Finn. Lifia, that child, really has an unusual attachment to AIC. Riveria, ha 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 ha. Isn't this great? Gareth, under the teasing of the others, Lifia seemed to have realized what she had done. Her whole face suddenly turned red as if it was on fire. She almost fainted because of the shame. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, Finn clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. Looks like everyone won't be able to sleep for a while. Why don't we just talk about something before we go to sleep? Okay. Tiona was the first to raise her hand in agreement. Anyway, there's still a long time before dawn. We can rest for a while and recover our energy and strength. This is also a way to improve our relationship, right? Gareth nodded. If we understand each other well enough, then we can improve our tacit understanding and cooperation during battle. Not bad, I agree too. But what should we talk about? Riveria did not seem to have any intention of objecting. She sat there with her arms crossed. We've been together for a long time. Our tacit understanding and cooperation are sufficient. Even if we have secrets in our hearts, we can't use them as material to talk about in this situation, right? So, is there anything we need to talk about that we don't know yet? Tioni murmured in a troubled manner. For example, who do we still have questions to ask? As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place suddenly fell silent. In the next second, everyone's gaze turned to one person. Noah's mouth twitched slightly. Under everyone's gazes, Noah was speechless as he spoke. What are you guys trying to do? Hearing this, everyone laughed. Don't you think we have a lot of questions that we want you to answer? Finn licked his thumb. This is a good opportunity to get to know the tyrant better. Who asked you to have so many secrets, little brother? Tiona said with a smile. I'm curious. Last time, you managed to escape on the 18th floor. A smile appeared on Tyogni's face. You can't escape this time, right? Riveria and Gareth also showed a very interested look. Leafia also forgot all her troubles and looked at Noah curiously. As for AIC, her eyes were sparkling as if she had found her life's goal. She stared at Noah closely, causing Noah to feel a chill down his spine. Did I come here looking for trouble? Noah rolled his eyes and sighed. Forget it, just ask me what you want to ask. If I can answer it, I'll answer it and satisfy your curiosity. That's fine, right? Yay! Tiona and Tiona cheered and high-fived. Hurry up and ask, Noah said in an annoyed tone. Don't ask too many questions. Then let's start with the most basic question, Finn said. Where are you from? Chapter 2035. If one wanted to know more about a person, the first thing they needed to know was where they were born. You're not a native of Eulalie, right? Finn said with certainty. If there's someone like you in Eulalie, it's impossible for you to not be famous until a few months ago. Both Riveria and Gareth nodded. Don't be fooled by the fact that Finn looked like an underage boy and Riveria looked like a young girl, thinking that the two of them were very young. In fact, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth were all over 40 years old. In today's Eulalie, these three people can be considered as the oldest generation in the family. If Noah was really born in Eulalie, his name would have spread far and wide. It would be impossible to hide it from these three elders. In this regard, Noah naturally nodded. I'm not a native of Eulalie. Then where are you from, little brother? Tiona asked curiously. Is it far from Eulalie? It should be considered far. Noah smiled. It's farther than anyone else. Farther than anyone else? Tiona was confused. What do you mean? Tiona couldn't help but ask. Under everyone's gaze, Noah crossed his arms. After pondering for a while, he sighed. If you want to know where I was born, then I can only tell you that it's a place that no one can reach. Noah's tone began to become a little indifferent. From the moment I was conscious, I left that place. After some twists and turns, I returned and gradually understood my background. Hearing this, everyone immediately shut their mouths. Obviously, Noah's background was something that they couldn't ask. And it seemed to be quite complicated. Realizing this, they naturally wouldn't be ignorant enough to think that they could ask anything in this situation. Therefore, Leafia somewhat panicked and changed the topic. Then why did Mr. Noah come to Eulalie? Actually, I didn't particularly want to come here. Noah laughed. However, because of my own purpose, I have been traveling around and saw a lot of things. Unknowingly, I came to Eulalie. Oh. Riveria, on the other hand, had a slight reaction to Noah's words and even showed an excited look. In other words, you've traveled to a lot of places? Sort of. Noah looked at Riveria's excited look and raised his eyebrows. Why? Do you like traveling? I like it. Riveria admitted frankly. Back then, I wanted to see the outside world so that I wouldn't be bound by the elven village or the identity of royalty. That's why I left my race and came to the outside world. By chance, I was pulled into this clan by Loki and became one of Olali's members. Don't be fooled by her appearance. In fact, she yearns for the outside world of freedom more than any other elf. Gareth couldn't help but laugh. If Loki hadn't forcibly abducted her into the tribe back then, she might still be traveling around outside. Moreover, even if she joined the tribe, Riveria didn't give up on this dream. Finn spread his hands. I once vowed that when the younger generation grew up, she would throw the position of deputy leader to Leafia, leave Eulalie, and continue to travel outside. Ah. Ahaha. Leafia laughed dryly. I feel so much pressure, but, according to the current situation, this dream is still quite far away. Riveria glanced at Ace, Leafia, Tiona, and the others with a hint of warmth in her eyes. Before these children can take charge of things on their own, we still have to continue working hard for a while. Finn and Gareth both nodded in agreement. I feel so shy all of a sudden. We're being treated like children, both Tiona and Tiona muttered to each other. As for Ace and Leafia, they lowered their heads in extreme embarrassment. After all, compared to the rest, these two girls were the ones who were taken care of the most by Riveria. It was as if they were Riveria's daughters. Let's not talk about this for now. Riveria said to Noah in a curious tone. I really want to know where you've been traveling. Can you tell me a little about it? It's not impossible. Noah scratched his cheek. It's just that after knowing, you may suffer a great mental shock. This statement did not cause any fear in the group at all. Rather, the more Noah said this, the more curious Ace and the others became. Under the curious gaze of everyone, Noah smiled bitterly. Then I'll tell you a little bit. While muttering to himself, Noah began to search through the memories in his mind. Without revealing anything related to Between Worlds, he began to tell his story. This night, Noah told a lot of things about the worlds he had been to. There was the world of Dark Bullet. There was the world of Absolute Dual Blade. There was the world of Shaped Moon. There was the world of Problem Children from Another World. There was the world of God Slayer. Of course, this also included the real home in Noah's memory, the world called Fairy's Tale. When talking about his experiences in these worlds, Noah only told Ace and the others that he was on a boat, drifting aimlessly on the sea. When he saw land, he would go up, and then he would be involved in all kinds of disputes. Only after the disputes were resolved did he leave on a boat again, drifting aimlessly. The stories of the different worlds that no one could go to, from Noah's mouth, became stories of land that appeared on the endless sea. On the land called World, Noah fought with the decadent and dark regime just to protect a group of children who were regarded as monsters by others. On the land called World, Noah entered what was called an academy, but was actually a place for experiments. He got to know a group of students and spent a good time together. On the land called World, Noah encountered humans who could learn innate magic and were called magicians. They lived together in a mansion and faced fantasy species that were countless times more advanced than monsters. On the land called World, Noah confronted gods who could use their divine power without any scruples. He saw races that only existed in legends and wrote stories that were called myths. Noah was immersed in his memories and told his past without revealing his true origins. In the entire tent, only Noah's voice kept echoing and did not calm down for a long time. Ace, Leafia, Tiona, Finn, Riveria, Gareth, and the others had been listening to Noah's narration all this time. After learning about the extremely thrilling and exciting past, their hearts had practically never stopped being filled with shock and astonishment. The past that Noah told them was too dreamy for the people of this world. However, no one doubted that it was fake. There were two reasons. 1. There was no need for Noah to lie. 2. This was the only way to explain why the man in front of them had never received the grace of a god, but had strength beyond everyone's imagination. After experiencing so many bizarre and thrilling things, even an ordinary human would become an indomitable powerhouse under the tempering of Shuraba. Noah had successfully experienced it, which was why he was so powerful. Understanding this point, everyone present couldn't help but have a yearning in their hearts. If they could experience all kinds of thrilling and bizarre events like this person, they would have almost no regrets as an adventurer. Therefore, at this moment, whether it was Riveria who liked to travel, Finn, Gareth, Tyogny, or Leafia who had distant dreams, they couldn't help but yearn for the life that Noah described. Aze was the only one who couldn't help but have a thought as she looked at Noah, who was sitting beside her and telling everyone about his past. If that's the case, does it mean that one day, Noah will leave this continent and continue to drift on the sea like before and leave this place forever? At this thought, Aze began to feel an uncontrollable pain in her heart. Chapter 2036. There was no day in the 50th floor of the underground city, so naturally, there was no sunlight. However, when the morning gradually came, in the camp of Loki's clan, the members who had rested for the night came out of their tents one after another and changed shifts with the members who had been on duty for the night. It was the beginning of a new day. Noah also followed his biological clock and woke up at this time. However, just as he woke up, Noah felt it. In his arms, there were two soft bodies. That was Noah's first thought as he felt the soft and delicate body in his arms. Is it those clingy girls again? Except for Aster, Orpheus, and Lilith, Noah couldn't think of any girls who would crawl into his arms and sleep with him for the whole night. However, when Noah thought about it, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Clothes? The two bodies in Noah's arms were not as naked as usual, which made Noah's hands full of the feeling of smooth skin, but the texture of clothes. If it was Aster, Orpheus, and Lilith, they shouldn't wear clothes when sleeping with him. And, what's with this fragrance? As the master who was stuck to by Aster, Orpheus, and Lilith almost every morning, Noah was already familiar with the smell of Aster, Orpheus, and Lilith. However, at this moment, the fragrance emanating from the two delicate bodies in his arms was completely different from that of Aster, Orpheus, and Lilith. The two abnormalities made Noah realize a somewhat terrifying fact. The two girls in his arms were probably not Aster, Orpheus, and Lilith. Noah immediately opened his eyes. In the next second, Noah finally saw the two bodies in his arms. On the left was a girl with waist-length light blonde hair and delicate appearance like a doll. On the right was a very pretty and cute elf with leaf-like sharp ears. At this moment, the two girls were nestled in Noah's arms. Although they didn't hug Noah tightly like Aster, Orpheus, and Lilith, they still clung to him and slept peacefully on Noah's chest. Other than Aster and Leafia, who else could it be? Noah's brain immediately crashed. Why? Why are these two girls here? After his brain crashed for a while, Noah finally realized what was going on. This was not his tent. Now that you mention it. Noah seemed to recall something. Last night, I seem to have fallen asleep here. Last night, Noah mentioned his past. In the end, not only did Noah tell a lot about himself, but even Aster and the others listened with great interest. They completely forgot that they needed sufficient rest before they could march into the unreached area the next day. Under such circumstances, this group of people should have unknowingly fallen asleep in Leafia's tent. The reason why Aster and Leafia snuggled into Noah's arms was probably because they were dizzy from sleeping. With this in mind, Noah raised his head and looked around. He saw that at the side, Tiona and Tiona were also snuggling together and sleeping soundly as if they were having a beautiful dream. As for the three leaders, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth, they had already woken up and were huddled together, discussing something softly. Finn was the first to notice that Noah had woken up. He turned his head and looked at Noah, who was hugging on both sides with a smile. Are you awake? Did you have a good dream? After Finn spoke, Riveria and Gareth noticed that Noah had woken up, and smiled as well. Of course I had a good dream. Gareth grinned. After all, you fell asleep in such a state. If Loki knew about it, he would definitely be envious. Are you guys deliberately making fun of me? Noah squeezed out some words with difficulty. Don't tell me this is also something you guys did. Do you mean that we moved Aster and Leafia into your arms? Finn shrugged. You misunderstood. We wouldn't do such a thing. It was those two little girls who suddenly snuggled into your arms in the middle of the night, Gareth said teasingly. To be honest, I was shocked that Aster and Leafia snuggled into a man's arms unknowingly. This also proves that Aster and Leafia have a deep trust in you, Riveria said with a sigh. I've never seen Aster and Leafia so unguarded towards a member of the opposite sex. You are indeed special. Aster was not good at expressing her emotions, so she naturally would not be overly intimate with a member of the opposite sex. As for Leafia, as an elf, it was even more unimaginable that she would be so unguarded towards a member of the opposite sex. After all, elves were known for having an instinctive obsession with cleanliness, and would not be touched by someone whom they did not approve of. Although Leafia had left the elven village at a young age and grew up in the city, she was not like the other native elves who had an abnormal obsession with cleanliness. However, she was not a girl who would casually let a strange man hug her. It could be seen that Noah already had an extraordinary position in Aster and Leafia's hearts. Aster had an ignorant longing for Noah. Leafia, on the other hand, had acknowledged Noah out of instinct as an elf. Because of this, the two girls had unknowingly burrowed themselves into Noah's arms, allowing Noah to enjoy the feeling of having two beauties in his arms. It was a pity that Noah already had two charming wives and sisters at home. Usually, he was also accompanied by three expressionless but extremely cute and pretty little girls who were naked. Naturally, he would not be shaken by this level. I don't know if it's special or not. I only know that I was almost scared to death, Noah said in annoyance, and then gently got up. Fortunately, Aster and Leafia only burrowed themselves into Noah's arms, and did not cling onto Noah like octopuses like Aster, Orpheus, and Lilith. Otherwise, Noah would have a hard time breaking free. Finn smiled helplessly as he watched Noah gently peel the two girls off him. All right, you don't have to be so careful. It's time to wake these girls up. In other words, the most crucial part of the expedition was about to begin. When Noah and the rest all came out of Leafia's tent, all the members of Loki's clan in the camp had strange looks in their eyes. Under the strange gazes of all the Loki family members around them, Ace and Leafia felt extremely embarrassed. Especially when she learned from Gareth that she had unknowingly burrowed herself into Noah's arms last night and slept with Noah snuggled up to him for an entire night. Ace's face turned even redder than before, and Leafia almost fainted from shyness. As a result, the breakfast ended in a noisy atmosphere, especially Bert. When he learned that the level 1 adventurers other than himself had actually slept together in a tent for an entire night, including Noah and Leafia, his rough face almost distorted from twitching. Whether it was envy, jealousy, or anger at being pushed aside, no one knew. In short, Noah and the rest ended their breakfast in a rather noisy atmosphere. It was only then that the camp was once again shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. Not long after, Noah and the rest came out of their tents and gathered in the center of the camp. Finn, Riveria, Gareth, Ace, Tiona, Tyogni, and Bert were all fully armed, each holding a weapon in their hands and emitting a strong aura. Leafia carried a large backpack and held a magic wand in her hand. Her cute and pretty face was full of seriousness and rigor. Only Noah carried a large backpack, but didn't carry any weapons. He didn't even wear any defensive gear, looking like he was preparing to go on a trip. He seemed out of place. As for the rest of the members, they all gathered around and looked at the group in silence. Under such circumstances, Finn lifted his feet and slowly walked forward, then turned around and faced the group. Looking at his companions in front of him, Finn smiled boldly and fearlessly. Let's go. To the 59th floor. Chapter 2037. The pitch-black entrance was like the deepest darkness, quietly opening at the bottom of the cliff. At the end of the entrance, there was an extremely steep slope that led all the way down to a labyrinth that emitted a dangerous aura. Whoosh! A chilly wind blew out from the cave entrance. Like the breathing of the underground city, it swept in all directions. Standing in front of such a sinister entrance, Tiona and Tiorn couldn't help but complain. This place is still as unlikable as before, although it's not my first time here, Hearing Tiona and Tiorn's complaints, Bert pursed his lips and cursed. This is the lair of those damned monsters. If you want a beautiful environment, go back. So what if it's the lair of the monsters? Tiona couldn't help but retort. Isn't the 18th floor beautiful enough? That's why there won't be any monsters, Bert retorted bluntly. If you like it there, then you can stay there. Alright, cut the crap. Tiorn impatiently interrupted the two's daily quarrel and looked at Finn. Leader, what do we do next? Do we just charge in? Leafia asked nervously. Don't we need to get into formation first? We'll talk about that later. Finn gestured for everyone to calm down and then looked at Noah. Drake, can you take that out? Noah nodded and raised his hand. A dark golden gift card flashed in his hand and bloomed with light. As the light flashed, weapons began to appear one after another and stabbed into the ground. These weapons included spears, battle axes, halberds, dual swords, long swords, and even a double-edged sword that was as tall as a person. These weapons all have the indestructible attribute, right? Noah immediately guessed the nature of these weapons. Do you plan to use them against those new monsters? The indestructible attribute, as its name implied, was the attribute unique to weapons that would never be damaged. That was the work of blacksmiths who had the ability to develop and create weapons with various attributes, effects, and even abilities. Moreover, if one wanted to create this attribute, they would not be able to succeed without a certain level of attainment in forging. If they only had the development ability of forging, they would not be able to succeed. Therefore, these weapons were all very precious Tier 1 weapons. A new type of monster appeared on the 51st floor. It's an opponent that can dissolve weapons. Finn nodded, confirming Noah's guess. Last time, because our weapons were dissolved by those monsters, we lost most of our combat power. In the end, we could only return to the surface without any success. This time, in order to prevent the same situation from happening again, we must prepare weapons with unbreakable attributes. Finn then looked at the other members of the squad. Riveria and Leafia are sorcerers, so there's no need to worry about their weapons being dissolved. AIC's sword has an indestructible attribute, so there's no need for it. Me, Tiona, Bert, Gareth, and Deleg, each take one. Hearing this, everyone nodded one after another. Oh. Gareth held the battle axe directly and weighed it in his hand. It seems a little too light. Mine is the same. Tiona held the big double blades that were as tall as her body and muttered. Compared to my own big double blades, it feels too light. Mine is heavier. Tiona raised the huge spear and swung it heavily, causing a whistling sound as he said so. But that's right, I usually use curved swords. Now that I'm suddenly using such a big spear, it's natural that it would be heavy. Tisk. Bert pulled out the pair of swords, played with them a few times, and complained. I hope we won't be held back by the weapons when the time comes. In order to ensure that it won't be damaged, although this type of weapon is all forged with the best metal, it emphasizes hardness and durability. Naturally, it will be somewhat lacking in sharpness. Finn pulled out the long spear and said to everyone. Its power is probably comparable to a level 2 weapon, but it will definitely not be damaged. If we encounter the new species of monsters last time, we won't have to be restrained this time. Just go ahead and fight without worry. Finn's words made Gareth, Bert, Tiona, these warmongers, show a somewhat sinister smile. Obviously, in the previous expedition, everyone had suffered a lot from the new species of monsters. Noah stepped forward silently, pulled out the last sword, and held it in front of him. The whole body of the sword shone like silver. The blade reflected a cold arc of light. Its shape was a little different from A's thin sword. It was closer to a knight's sword and was considered a weapon that Noah could use easily. Holding this weapon with an indestructible attribute, Noah was quite satisfied. In this case, it doesn't matter if I mess around a little. However, as soon as this sentence left his mouth, two young and emotionless voices sounded in Noah's mind. Master would rather use this kind of scrap metal than me? It feels a little complicated. It seems that my mind is gradually transitioning into a weapon. I don't know if I should be happy or worried. Aster and Athena's whispers made the satisfaction in Noah's heart disappear without a trace. He could not help but smile bitterly. Seeing the bitter smile on Noah's face, Ace spoke softly. What's wrong? Nothing. Noah shrugged. It's just that the little girls here are starting to get jealous. Little girls? Ace tilted her head in confusion. Alright, let's stop chatting. Finn spoke, and everyone's attention was focused on him again. In addition to the indestructible weapon, I also brought a large number of magic swords. The two rear guards who are also acting as support, that is, Drake and Leafia, will carry them. There are also items for replenishment. This time, we are so well prepared that we can't afford to fail again. Finn's words made everyone respond in unison. Of course. Gareth, the same failure will not be allowed. Riveria, let me settle the score from last time with this one. Tiona, it won't be easy to repay the debt you owe us. Tiona, in short, we just need to kill them all, right? Bert, I will try my best not to be a burden to everyone. Leafia, amidst the chatter, Noah and AIC looked at each other and nodded with tacit understanding. Then, let's arrange the formation. Finn began to allocate the members. Vanguards, Tiona and Tiona. Midfielders, Ace and Bert. Rear guards, Drake and Leafia. Riveria and Gareth will be at the back. I will be in charge of roaming and commanding. Follow this formation. Once we enter the 51st floor, we will immediately head to the 52nd floor. Don't get caught up in the battle. Leave the magic stones and dropped items there and collect them on the return journey. Anyway, at this time, other than us, there won't be a second team in such a deep floor. Finn swiftly made the arrangements. Don't engage in unnecessary battles and don't waste resources. Try to preserve your stamina and items. Our goal is not the petty gains on the 51st floor but the unreached area, the 59th floor. Finn turned around and looked at the pitch-black cave entrance. Then, he took a deep breath. Go! With this short word, the vanguards, Tiona and Tiona, dashed into the cave entrance. They didn't stop. Roar! 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 Almost at the same time, at the starting point of the 51st floor, several monsters in the shadows suddenly roared. Like frenzied beasts, they pounced on Tiona and Tiona who had landed on the ground. These monsters had been lying in ambush at the entrance. As soon as their prey entered, they would attack immediately. However, Fiona and Theogny were already prepared for this. You're in the way. Get out of my way. The two Amazonian girls completely transformed into berserkers at this moment. The moment they landed, they immediately reacted and turned into a gust of wind. Instead of retreating, they rushed toward the monsters that pounced on them. Slash! In the next second, huge blades and halberds cut through the bodies of the monsters. A large amount of blood splattered and dyed the delicate bodies of the Amazonian girls red. At this time, the midfielders and rear guards rushed in. Charge! Under Finn's command, everyone stomped on the rock plates and rushed forward. Chapter 2038. Roar, roar, roar. In the dark labyrinth, the roars of the monsters were intertwined into a demonic tune of hell, which fluctuated back and forth in the entire corridor, shaking people's eardrums. A group of gigantic rhinoceroses with a pitch-black luster charged forward like chariots. The roars of the black rhinoceroses shook the eardrums, and the heavy footsteps shook the earth. The group of rhinoceros-shaped monsters that had gone berserk charged forward and filled up the entire labyrinth. Watch me! What are you yelling for? A pair of brown-skinned Amazon girls with slender bodies than any black rhinoceroses rushed forward fearlessly, like ants that overestimated themselves, and raised their weapons high. The situation of the battle was one-sided. However, it was not Tiona and Tiona who fell, but the huge black rhinoceroses that were like tanks. Poochie. The big double blades cut off the limbs of the black rhinoceroses. Boom. The halberds suddenly hit the huge body of the black rhinoceroses. The level 5 Amazon sisters rushed directly into the rhinoceroses in a more violent way than the large group of black rhinoceroses and began a bloody battle. On the 51st floor, the black rhinoceroses were classified as level 4 monsters. Even level 4 adventurers had to try their best to kill these black rhinoceroses. Now that they attacked in large numbers, they were killed by a pair of Amazon girls even though they had an absolute advantage in numbers. The black rhinoceroses' horns that could crush rocks would be cut off cleanly when they encountered the big double blades. The thick skin of the black rhinoceroses that they were proud of would also be directly penetrated when they encountered the halberd. The Amazon girls rushed into the rhinoceroses as if they were in an uninhabited land and killed a large number of level 4 monsters. That scene was enough to stun any LV4 adventurer. However, in the face of this brilliant result, the Amazon girls were extremely dissatisfied. The power of this weapon is really a bit weak. It made me waste a lot of effort to cut the black rhinoceroses in half. Sure enough, before facing a new species, it's better to use your original weapon. While complaining, the Amazon girls continued to kill. They did not stop halfway and killed all the black rhinoceroses that they passed by, splashing blood on the ground. Pieces of magic stones fell to the ground. One by one, the loot started rolling down the stairs. These magic stones and dropped items, any one of them could be sold for hundreds of thousands of Varus on the surface. However, the Amazon girls did not care about this. They only fought forward and did not want to stop at all. In this way, it was inevitable that the monsters on both sides would be killed. The black rhinoceroses that were not killed suddenly let out a terrifying roar, as if they intended to pincer attack the people in the middle of the passage. Ace. Bert. Finn's voice immediately. Got it. How troublesome. Ace and Bert, who were in the middle, immediately turned around. One took the left side of the team, the other took the right side of the team, and faced the black rhinoceroses that were attacking them from both sides. Suddenly, the silver-white sword flashed and the thunderous kicks exploded. It was like a thunder that could sweep away thousands of armies, enveloping the black rhinoceroses like a violent storm. Poochie. Every flash of the silver-white sword could take away the life of a black rhinoceros. Bang! Every kick was as fast as lightning, and it could send a black rhinoceros flying like a rubber ball. Ace and Bert killed the fishes that slipped through the net just like Tiona and Tyogni. They did not stop and kept running forward. Under the fierce attack of the 4 level 1 adventurers, none of the black rhinoceroses that came from the front could touch the 2 adventurers who were protected in the middle. Even if 1 or 2 black rhinoceroses suddenly rushed into the defensive circle while Ace and Bert were busy killing, they would immediately be pierced between their eyebrows by a long spear and die on the spot. Of course, that was the work of Finn, who was wandering in the team. Just like that, the group of people hurried on without stopping, charging at the fastest speed possible. During this process, the underground city was constantly rioting. Crack! A hair-raising cracking sound rang out. Rumble! Groups of black rhinoceroses broke through the walls on both sides of the maze that had cracked open. They brought along flying debris and thick sand as they roared and continued to surge forward. In the end, from the moment they entered the 51st floor of the underground city, even though the team went straight for the entrance of the 52nd floor, they were still met with an endless wave of attacks from the monster army. This was the deeper level. It was completely different from the upper, middle, and lower levels. It could be said that there was an endless amount of monsters in this area. In such an area, once the number of monsters reached a certain level, the underground city would stop spawning. However, once a monster was killed, the underground city would immediately spawn a new one, so there would never be a lack of monsters in this area. When this characteristic reached a floor like the 51st floor, it was even more terrifying. At the very least, the 4 level 1 adventurers in the vanguard and middle guard had been desperately waving their weapons since they entered the 51st floor, slaying the attacking monsters. However, they didn't see the number of monsters decrease in the slightest from the beginning to the end. The army of monsters was still charging forward, and the roars and tremors of the earth were endless. Naturally, in addition to the front, there was also an army of monsters surging from the back. They had truly filled up the entire passage of the maze. The monsters in front were dealt with by Tiona and Tyogni. The monsters on both sides were dealt with by Aze and Bert. As for the monsters in the back, they were naturally dealt with by Gareth and Riveria, who were at the bottom. The omen of the end, the pure white snow, in the face of dusk, roll up the gale, the wand in Riveria's hand began to bloom with light. The sealed light, the frozen earth, the blowing snow, the 3 harsh winters, my name is Alpho, her pitiful red lips uttered a pleasant incantation that echoed in the rocky passage filled with the roars of monsters. The next moment, the spell that Riveria had prepared was completed. Ecstasy, winter of Fimble. Suddenly, gusts of cold wind began to swirl. The cold wind turned into 3 storms that were mixed with bits of snowflakes. Like a wave, they surged violently in the passage. It was as if there were 3 blizzards wreaking havoc in the passage, rolling up gusts of cold air. This was the spell of Eulalie's most powerful sorcerer. A wide area of freezing magic swept out. Everywhere it passed, the black rhinoceroses were frozen into ice. They sat on the ground like ice sculptures. It's still the same powerful spell. Gareth laughed out loud. He grabbed the battle axe in his hand and flew out like a cannonball. As the battle axe in Gareth's hand fell up and down, the black rhinos that were frozen into ice were all shattered. Like ice bombs, they exploded one after another and scattered all over the ground. During this time, Finn, who was wandering around the corners, also thrusted out his spear very neatly. As he thrust it and pulled back, the ice sculptures were also shattered and exploded all over the place. So powerful, the activity of the level 1 adventurers made Leafia almost dumbfounded. Noah, who was following Leafia closely at a neither fast nor slow pace, also nodded. He had some calculations in his heart. The strength of AIC and her party was indeed not bad. Not to mention others, the strength of level 5 Tiona, Tyogni, and Bert was not inferior to an S-rank sorcerer. If they were in Fairy's Tale, they would definitely be able to become the new generation on par with Naz and Gray, right? And Finn, Riveria, and Gareth, who had reached level 6, were even above them. In particular, AIC, in Noah's view, was already not inferior to Alusha before the Great Demonic Arts competition. All of them have the standard of an S-rank sorcerer, however, even the combat experts of LV 5 and LV 6 were only at the level of S-rank magic shooters. If we don't count the gods who sealed their own powers out of boredom, it seems that the power level of this world is generally not high. Just as Noah was deep in thought, Leafia suddenly opened her eyes wide and shouted, "Hey, you're in the middle of a fight. Leader! A new type of monster is here." Chapter 2039. When Leafia's voice sounded clearly amidst the roars of the black rhinos that filled the entire labyrinth, the first-level adventurers of Loki's clan were shocked. They raised their heads abruptly and looked ahead. Noah also cast his gaze to the back of the charging black rhinoceroses. Then, he saw it. He saw a disgusting monster with a yellowish-green body that reminded people of the epidermis of plants. It looked like some kind of larva, with its upper body bulging like a hill and its lower body soft like a snail's. It had countless short legs and looked quite disgusting. The monster's swollen yellowish-green epidermis had colorful patterns everywhere. Flat arms without thickness stretched out from the left and right sides of its body. There were also 4 cracks at the front, as if there were fingers. When Noah saw the monster, the first thing he thought of was a slime. However, slimes were creatures made of mucus, while the monster in front of him had solid flesh and countless short legs like a larva and flat tentacles like a devil ray. Even with Noah's eyes that had traveled to many worlds, such a monster could only be described as disgusting. In fact, the only one who could be considered to have a normal girl's heart, Leafia's pretty face had long turned green. What made Leafia's face turn green was that there was more than one such monster. A group of new monsters of different sizes surged out from a corner of the labyrinth in front of them in groups. Like lumps of yellowish-green meat squirming, they filled the entire passage and crowded together in the passage ahead. In the next second, everyone saw it. The front end of the lumps of meat split open, opening a gap covered with disgusting mucus that looked like a mouth. Seeing this scene, Noah's eyes suddenly flashed. Finn also opened his eyes wide. Then, Finn immediately shouted loudly. "Charge! Turn into the fork in front." Finn's shout brought everyone back to their senses. Hiya dash! Tiona and Tiani, who were in the vanguard, quickly beheaded 2 black rhinos. Then, they took the lead and rushed into the fork in front of them with the whole team. Almost at the same time, the larva-type monsters opened their mouths and sprayed out a stinky liquid. Suddenly, a large amount of purple-black liquid formed a surge. Like sewage flowing through a drain, it violently washed the entire passage in front of the larva-type monsters. Accompanied by a bone-chilling sound, everything that came into contact with the purple-black liquid, whether it was the floor, the walls, or the ceiling, seemed to have been corroded. More than half of it was dissolved. The black rhinoceroses that were still charging forward were directly swept into the purplish-black current, letting out a series of shrill cries. Soon after, even their skin and bones were corroded, like molten steel, causing one's scalp to go numb. Finn and the others who rushed into the fork clearly saw this scene. They saw this scene. On the other hand, Noah finally understood why those monsters could dissolve weapons. It wasn't because they knew how to use this type of attack. It was not just a weapon. No matter what it was, as long as it came into contact with the corrosive liquid, it would only end up being corroded. It was no wonder that in the last expedition, Loki's minions whose weapons were dissolved had to retreat. If even the weapons were dissolved, facing such a monster empty-handed, even if it was a LV-5 or LV-6 level 1 adventurer, whoever touched it would die. Even if they didn't die, they would end up seriously injured. This group of hateful monsters. They're still so disgusting. Tiona and Tiona couldn't help but curse. "What should we do, Finn? Finn!" Bert yelled as he pulled out the 2 swords with indestructible properties from his waist. "Do we kill them? Don't talk nonsense. We're not here to take revenge. Even if we want to take revenge, we don't need to rush to take revenge now. It won't be too late to take revenge later." Finn replied without hesitation. "Although we've prepared weapons and magic swords with indestructible attributes to deal with these larva-type monsters, considering that there may be more of these monsters on the later floors, we shouldn't use the precious weapons and magic swords here. Let's just rush directly to the entrance of the 52nd floor." Finn's words were not without reason. Although weapons with indestructible attributes could guarantee that they would never be damaged, it didn't mean that they would not be worn out. As long as it was a weapon, if it was used for a long time without maintenance, its sharpness would decrease and its power would weaken. The same was true for weapons with indestructible attributes. Even if it could guarantee that it would never be damaged, if it was used for a long time, or even let the weapon come into contact with the corrosive liquid, its sharpness would definitely decrease greatly. As for magic swords, they were a consumable item. If they could be saved for later, of course, it would be best to save them. So, continue to maintain the formation and rush forward. There are 2 forks in the next road, both leading to the entrance of the 52nd floor. Finn ordered. "We'll take the left one directly, that one is closer to the entrance of the 52nd floor." Everyone nodded in agreement. However, at this time, Noah and AIC spoke at the same time and said this in unison. "No. Take the right one." Everyone was stunned. Even Noah and AIC looked at each other with a startled expression. Obviously, they didn't expect each other to say the same thing. Under this situation, it was Finn who reacted first. "What's wrong?" Finn asked. "Did you guys discover something?" Noah and AIC nodded at the same time. Although the left path is closer to the entrance of the 52nd floor, it has been filled with monsters. Noah pointed at his forehead. Since the beginning, I've felt a large amount of strange aura from there. I'm afraid it's the new type of monsters. Is that so? Finn nodded thoughtfully and looked at AIC. AIC, did you notice it too? Yes. AIC nodded her slender chin and said. In the wind, there are many monster scents. Wind's spirit scamper. That was the only magic that AIC had. It was an additional magic that could wrap the wind around the limbs, body, and even weapons to increase attack, defense, and speed. It could even give her the ability to fly for a short distance. When she first met Noah, AIC, who thought that Noah was a pervert who peeped at the goddesses bathing, used this magic to fight with Noah. Through this magic, although AIC had just been promoted to LV6 not long ago, her strength could almost be said to be at the top even in LV6. Now, because Crush had not been perfectly controlled, AIC was wearing a bracelet that restricted the activation of magic, and even her own magic was sealed. However, the sharp senses brought by magic still existed, allowing AIC to feel some movements and abnormalities brought by the surrounding wind. Therefore, AIC was able to find a large number of larvae monsters in the left passage ahead, just like Noah, who had excellent sensing ability. Since Drake and AIC said so, then it must be correct. Finn did not hesitate to cancel the decision just now. Considering that the passage on the left is occupied by a new type of monster, even if it's closer to the entrance of the 52nd floor, once we start fighting, it'll take longer. More importantly, we'll have to use up the items we have on hand. It's not worth it. Let's take the passage on the right. Got it. Everyone agreed without hesitation. The group began to charge forward again, killing the newly produced monsters that broke through the walls on both sides of the passage. They rushed into the right passage like a hot knife through butter. Leafia, who was protected in the middle by a group of level 1 adventurers, gritted her teeth and tried her best to keep up. Noah, who was also protected in the middle, looked around at the monsters that broke through the walls. His dark eyes narrowed slightly. As if to respond to Noah's thoughts, Athena's voice sounded in his heart. It seems that the larvae are not ordinary monsters. This was what Noah was thinking. The reason why Noah thought so was very simple. This was because none of the monsters that were born from the surrounding walls were the so-called new species of monsters. In that case, Noah had to be suspicious of one thing. Are those monsters produced by the dungeon? Chapter 2040. As mentioned before, from the 51st floor onwards, the dungeon finally had the appearance of an underground maze, and the structure was a formal maze. Even if there was a map, if one accidentally went the wrong way, one would immediately be dizzy, and then be swallowed by the monsters that constantly broke through the walls. Finally, one's strength and props would be exhausted, and they would end up being eaten by the monsters. Under such circumstances, the most taboo to enter the 51st floor was undoubtedly rushing. Once rushing and going the wrong way and falling deep into the maze, then no matter how powerful the team was, if they could not find the exit to the 50th floor, they would die sooner or later. At that time, when Noah got lost on the 51st floor, he completely relied on the strength that far exceeded the monsters on this floor. No matter what monsters came, they were all killed in an instant, ignoring the threat of monsters, and with the help of props, he found the exit to the 50th floor and left the maze. Even so, Noah was still trapped in the maze on the 51st floor for 3 whole days. This time, they didn't have the omnipotent treasure vault. If they got lost again, they could only force their way to the top. Therefore, on this floor, rapid marching was an absolute taboo. However, this saying obviously did not work on the people of Loki's clan. Turn left at the fork in front. Next is right. Go straight ahead. If there are 3 forks, immediately rush into the middle one. In the rush, Finn kept giving instructions in a very clear tone, leading the adventurers of the whole team to turn left and right, and they didn't know how many laps they had turned, but he still very calmly gave instructions on the route without the slightest hesitation. Obviously, Finn had already thoroughly mastered the terrain of the 51st floor and firmly memorized the map in his mind. However, since they wanted to enter the unreached area, they still had to grasp this degree. Therefore, no one doubted Finn's instructions. Even if they had completely lost their heads after turning left and right, they still ran on the correct route, constantly closing the distance to the entrance of the 52nd floor. Throughout the entire process, the monsters that broke through the walls were still coming in an endless stream. Similarly, the horde of monsters that rushed in from the front and back of the tunnel did not stop at all. On the other hand, Ace, Tiona, Bert, Finn, Riveria, Gareth, and the others used the most efficient methods to slay the attacking monsters. They didn't care about the magic stones and loot at all. While protecting Noah and Leafia, they charged into the tunnel. Gradually, the black rhinoceroses were no longer the only attacking monsters. There was also a spider-like monster that could leap over roofs and walk on walls. Seeing this situation, AIC and the rest were not discouraged. Instead, their spirits were lifted. The types of monsters are starting to change. Finn licked his thumb. We're almost at the entrance to the 52nd floor. Just as Finn said, the entrance to the 52nd floor soon appeared in front of everyone. It was also a hole, but there was a staircase leading to the floor below. Tiona. Theon. Destroy all the surrounding walls. Finn's eyes glowed as he gave the order. Riveria. Gareth. I'll leave the monsters behind to you guys. The level 1 adventurers who were named immediately started to move. Hey! Break for me. Tiona and Theon rushed out from the left and right. The dual blades and axes in their hands were like windmills as they heavily smashed into the rock walls on both sides of the entrance to the 52nd floor. Boom! In the simultaneous roar, the solid rock walls were instantly destroyed by the two slender Amazon girls, and a large amount of sand was raised. On the other side, Gareth and Riveria, who were in charge of bringing up the rear, suddenly turned around and faced the tunnel behind them. Roar, 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 roar. A large group of spiders and rhinoceroses let out terrifying roars as they charged forward. Ha 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 ha. Watch me. Gareth let out a loud laugh and grabbed the battle axe in his hand. His short but incomparably strong body leaped into the air. In the next moment, the battle axe in Gareth's hand also turned into a dancing windmill and smashed into the ceiling fiercely. Boom! A muffled explosion resounded through the air. The ceiling that was smashed by Gareth scattered countless pieces of gravel, which piled up at the bottom of the tunnel and blocked the entire passage. Ecstasy Winter of Fimble. At the same time, Riveria completed her chant, raised her magic wand high, and released ice magic. 3 snowstorms swept up and blew in all directions, freezing the gravel blocking the passage, the damaged walls on both sides, the shattered ceiling, and even the intact ground into ice, creating an ice cave in an instant. Boom! In the midst of a muffled sound, the ice cave suddenly trembled. It was the movement caused by a large group of monsters crashing into the blocked passage. However, under the freezing of Riveria's ice magic, the passage had been firmly blocked. Even if a large number of monsters crashed into it, it did not cause the slightest crack in the frozen wall of gravel. The monsters who lost their prey roared unwillingly behind the wall, making the adventurers of Loki's family in the ice room smile at each other. Alright, the passageway is completely blocked. The surrounding walls are also damaged. Before the damaged parts of the dungeon are repaired, there won't be any monsters here. Finn heaved a sigh of relief and lowered the spear in his hand. Everyone take a rest and recover your strength. Riveria also needs to recover the mental strength consumed by using magic. Leafia, drink the elixir directly. Rifia said in a flattered tone. Then what about everyone? We didn't consume much physical strength, so we don't need to use elixirs to recover, Finn said. But you're different. If you don't recover quickly, you won't be able to keep up later. It was just like what Finn said. Among the people present, except for Leafia, the rest were still not panting even though they had been running from beginning to end. Only Leafia was short of breath and sweating profusely. It was obvious that she had consumed a lot of physical strength. After all, Leafia was only LV 3, and she was also a magic shooter who specialized in magic. If one were to say that Leafia's magic ability was at the S stage, which was the maximum level, resulting in the power of her magic being enough to threaten LV5 and LV6 first-level adventurers, then as a sorcerer who specialized in the magic ability, Leafia's durability ability was much weaker. At least, when she was promoted from LV2 to LV3, Leafia's durability was only at the lowest stage, and her current durability was also at the I level. In order not to lose the group of first-level adventurers, Leafia ran at full speed, which naturally consumed a lot of physical strength. If she only rested and wanted to recover, it would not be something that could be done in a short period of time. In this period of time when the broken walls of the underground city could be repaired at any time and new monsters would be bred again, Finn naturally had to race against time to let everyone recover. There was no time to waste. After understanding this point, although Leafia was a little unwilling, she still obediently took out the elixir that could restore her physical strength from her backpack and drank it in small sips. As for the rest, they just sat on the spot and began to chat while resting. At this time, Noah came to the entrance of the 52nd floor and looked down as he fell into deep thought. A figure unknowingly came to Noah's side, but she looked at Noah and asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" Noah withdrew his gaze and met AIC's crystal-clear eyes. He shook his head and said softly, "I'm just thinking that there should be a lot of secrets hidden below, right?" "Secrets?" AIC did not seem to understand Noah's meaning and tilted her head. "For example, those new species of larvae monsters," Noah reminded. "You have been to this floor many times before, and even reached the 58th floor. But you have never seen those monsters, so you called them new species, right?" AIC nodded and confirmed Noah's statement. In response, Noah shrugged and said, "Don't worry about it. I think this matter should not be that simple." "Really?" AIC asked in confusion. "Why do you say so?" "Because of intuition." Noah smiled faintly and looked down again with a flash of light in his eyes. "I have never missed my intuition." Chapter 2041. Dong! 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 In the entrance to the 52nd floor, in the frozen ice room, a series of crashing sounds were constantly transmitted, causing the entire ice room to constantly shake. Sitting on the floor, Tiona and Tiani were resting as they looked at the frozen stone wall blocking the passage, chatting with each other. "Those monsters are really stubborn. Don't they know how to give up?" Although the monsters on the 51st floor are much smarter than those on the floors above, they are still monsters after all. In terms of intelligence, they can't compare to humans. While Tiona and Tiani were chatting, Bert leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to rest. Gareth and Riveria were also chatting, but they were just passing the time, seizing the opportunity to recover their physical strength and mental strength. In fact, the first-level adventurers didn't consume much physical strength and mental strength. However, in order to face the next floor in their best condition, everyone had to make the best use of their time to recover. No matter how little stamina and mental energy they consumed, it would be too stupid to lose their lives in the mouths of monsters at critical moments because of the lack of stamina and mental energy. Of course, in order to prevent such a thing from happening, the adventurers needed to prepare recovery items. Generally speaking, the main effect of elixirs was to recover physical strength. If one wanted to fill in the missing flesh, stop bleeding, repair broken bones, and heal injuries, they would need to concoct high-grade elixirs with the development ability of harmony. As for recovery of mental strength, they would need to concoct magic elixirs, which also required a pharmacist with the development ability of harmony. Some high-grade pharmacists could even concoct a recovery item called panacea. That kind of item could be said to be able to heal almost any injury in an instant, unless it was a broken arm, a broken leg, or a direct death. Finn had prepared a lot of recovery items, which almost filled Noah and Leafia's backpacks. In addition, in Noah's gift card, Finn had also deposited a large number of recovery items, which was quite comprehensive. The first-level adventurers didn't consume much physical strength and mental strength at all. Even if they used the lowest grade elixirs and magic elixirs, they could instantly replenish all of their physical strength and mental strength. The reason why they didn't do so was just like what Finn had said. Since they had a chance to rest, they might as well save some items. Who knew if they would run out of items in the future? It was precisely because of this that Leafia was unwilling to use items in the beginning when no one used them to restore themselves. However, if they did not use any tools, Leafia might not have recovered by the time everyone had fully recovered. This could also be considered as a form of hindrance, right? Leafia, who was stuck at a dead end, stayed in a corner with a sullen expression and kept sighing. Aic, who did not know how to console others, could only stay by Rifia's side with a troubled expression. Finn, on the other hand, spread out a map and was confirming the route and terrain that he had confirmed countless times. Paji, Paji, strange noises could be heard all around. It was the sound of the wall that was first destroyed by Tiona and Tiona, then frozen by Riveria, slowly repairing itself. It was the sound of the solid ice that had frozen it. The dungeon was alive. It could nurture monsters and repair damaged parts. Even if it was damaged, it would quickly recover to its original state. Once those walls were completely repaired, the monsters would be nurtured from inside again, break through the walls, and attack the group of Loki's kin. However, in the case of being frozen by Riveria, these walls should not be repaired so quickly. Therefore, everyone still had some time to rest. During this time, Noah stood in front of the entrance to the 52nd floor and looked down. This scene lasted for about 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, Finn clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. "Alright, everyone come over." Hearing this, everyone gathered around. Noah also retracted his gaze and came to the group. His gaze immediately fell on the map that Finn had spread out. Then, Finn spoke. "From the 51st floor to the 57th floor, it is the same maze, but the deeper the floor, the bigger the maze. In the 51st floor, we can still make it through smoothly like this, but from the 52nd floor onwards, it is different." Finn's expression was extremely solemn. After all, from the 52nd floor onwards, the common knowledge of the dungeon above the 50th floor is useless. Finn's words made Noah somewhat stunned. The common knowledge of the dungeon was useless? What did that mean? While Noah was feeling puzzled, the rest of the group wore solemn expressions. Even Rifia's face was tense. Clearly, she knew what Finn was referring to. Perhaps Finn felt that everyone knew the reason, so he didn't give any unnecessary explanation. Instead, he said this sentence. "In order to avoid unexpected situations, we still have to take the shortest route to the 53rd floor. We can't tangle with the monsters too much. If possible, it's best not to even kill the monsters. Just repel the parts that are blocking the way. There is no need to change the formation. The rest of you just have to listen to my instructions, understand?" Everyone nodded their heads. Finn put away the opened map and turned to look at Rifia. "Rifia, how is your recovery?" I have fully recovered," Rifia quickly said. "I have sufficient stamina, and my mental strength was not depleted. Hence, I am in perfect condition." "That's good." Finn stood up and raised his hand. "Then, let's get into formation. Comrades, we are about to enter hell." This statement made everyone in the squad tense up even more. At the same time, it also confirmed one thing for Noah. From the 52nd floor onwards, there was definitely something that was different from the 51st floor. Could it be the floor master? If there was a floor master on the 52nd floor, it would definitely be level 7, right? If that was the case, Finn and the rest had reason to be cautious. However, after thinking about it for 3 minutes, Noah finally understood what was going on. He understood why Finn said that the 52nd floor was hell. He understood why Finn said that the common knowledge of the dungeon was useless. "Let's go." Under Finn's order, with Tiona and Tiona in the lead, the team suddenly rushed into the cave entrance and rushed down the stairs. Then, at their fastest speed, they followed the black lead-colored labyrinth that was almost no different from the 51st floor, and ran out as fast as they could. Their speed was at least 3 times faster than when they were on the 51st floor. This speed was already the maximum speed that Rafia could display. However, everyone still felt that this was not enough. Their faces were tense, and they kept increasing their speed, causing Rafia to bite her lip. It was as if she had broken through her limit, and she tried her best to keep up with the team. Rather than saying that they were in a hurry, it was better to say that they knew that they would encounter something terrible below and planned to escape. Under such circumstances, Noah also noticed that something was wrong. The team of Loki's clan was like a gust of wind, running wildly in the labyrinthine passageway, causing the sound of footsteps to be constantly heard. Around them, monsters began to appear, but almost none of them chose to approach. Instead, they were like a pack of wolves lurking in the shadows, with red eyes, watching Noah and the others run by. The abnormal situation made Noah frown slightly. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Noah's mind without any reason. The one who suddenly spoke was not Aster or Athena, but Deleg. Deleg only said this one sentence. "Partner. There's a dragon's aura." Just as Deleg's voice sounded, Noah's sensing ability was like a radar that had been detonated, feedback waves of scorching aura back to him. Feeling that aura, Noah's eyes suddenly widened. Because that aura was not in front, not behind, and not on the left or the right, but below. Feeling that scorching aura that was getting closer and closer, Noah and Ace spoke almost at the same time. "It's coming." As soon as the voice fell. Kaboom! A deafening roar resounded. Under the ground where the Loki clan's people stepped on a second ago, a violent flame suddenly burst out, digging up the ground, blasting the soil, setting off billowing heat waves and violent shock waves, instantly completely changing the terrain of this space. The ground exploded. Chapter 2042. Boom! The flames that exploded the ground were like an erupting volcano, setting off a scorching pillar of fire. The scorching flames soared into the sky, setting off layers of heat waves while reaching the ceiling of the 52nd floor. The ceiling was scorched black, and it almost did not penetrate and spread to the 51st floor. The red lotus-like flames illuminated the faces of Noah and the others, dyeing the originally lightless 52nd floor into a fiery red color. At this moment, the faces of Ace, Tiona, Finn, Riveria, Gareth, Bert, and the others became ugly. Leafia's pretty face was pale, without a trace of blood left. Even Noah was shocked by the abnormal situation in front of him. That scene was like the detonation of an incendiary bomb, making everyone's heart feel as if it was grasped tightly by a hand that represented death, almost shattering into pieces. "Quick!" Finn yelled without caring about his image. "Full speed ahead." No one objected to Finn's order. Everyone took out their fastest speed, and with the momentum that seemed to want to crush the ground, they turned into a gust of wind and rushed forward. "Damn it!" Bert's angry curses rang out. "Did we get sniped as expected?" Sniping. It was indeed sniping. The scorching aura that came from afar all told Noah that something was sniping them and the others. It was on the floor below. Noah finally understood why Finn said that common sense above the 50th floor was useless here. Above the 50th floor, the monsters were all entrenched in their own floors, and there were very few examples of crossing floors. If an adventurer encountered a monster on another floor, the probability of winning 1,000,000 Varus with 100 Varus was not much higher than going to a casino. Now, Noah and the others encountered something even more abnormal. It was not the appearance of a monster crossing floors. It was the attack of a monster crossing floors. Some kind of monster with long-range attack means was on the floor below, like a cannon, aiming at Noah and the others who were marching on the 52nd floor, and sniping. This was absolutely impossible to encounter in the area above the 50th floor. However, Noah just had to encounter it. In this floor that Finn compared to hell. In the next second, Noah and AIC's expressions changed again. The violent and scorching aura once again approached from below at an astonishing speed. Boom! A roar that was loud enough to hurt one's eardrums resounded through the maze again. Behind Noah and the others, the ground was directly blown up by the huge fireball that soared into the sky, setting off raging flames all over the sky, like a fiery red wave, attacking the surroundings. Gareth and Riveria, who were at the back, let out muffled groans. The rest of the people also more or less let out sorrowful cries. If it weren't for the fact that the people here were all powerful adventurers, they would have been blown away by the strong wind and rolled to the ground. The sniping across the floors was still ongoing. Noah. Ace. Finn was so anxious that he even called out Noah's real name. Can you feel how many enemies there are? No. No. Ace answered with a voice that was much louder than usual while running. The distance is too far. I can only feel the bombardment. I can't either. Noah closed his eyes, activated his sensing ability, and immediately shook his head. The distance is really far, at least below the 55th floor, there is no trace of the enemy at all. Sure enough, it's not possible. Finn bit his thumb. During this period, the scorching fireball once again blasted the ground behind the running group of Rockies, directly melting the thick rock into liquid like magma, covering the ground one after another. Boom boom boom. The ground that had been blasted open by the violent explosion gradually began to crack, causing the rubble to crumble like pieces of trash as they continuously followed the crater and collapsed downwards. In the blink of an eye, one after another large hole appeared in the passage of the 52nd floor. The surrounding was like magma was baked into a fiery red color, like a burning furnace, making people speechless. Under such circumstances, in order to avoid the bombardment from below, the group of Rockies could only run with all their might. They could not stay in the same place. If they stayed in the same place, they would end up being burned to ashes along with the ground. No one wanted to end up like that. Therefore, everyone rushed forward with all their might, hoping to cross the floors as quickly as possible and find the entrance to the 53rd floor. Ha! 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 Not long after, Leafia, who was of a lower level and had weaker stamina, began to pant heavily. Leafia. Finn immediately noticed the situation and ordered with an unquestionable tone. Hurry up and replenish. Recover your strength. Yes. Leafia hurriedly pulled the large backpack on her back, ready to rummage through it for elixirs. It was at this moment that something unexpected happened. Noah was the first to notice the abnormality and quickly called out. Be careful. Unfortunately, the group that was focused on the bombardment from below did not react in time. Whoosh! In an instant, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. It was a monster that had been hiding in the shadows since the beginning, watching Noah's group with blood-red eyes, not daring to approach at all. However, when Leafia let down her guard and everyone's attention was attracted by the bombardment from below, the monster hiding in the shadows finally made its move. It was a silver-white snake. Hiss! The silver snake hissed and shot out like a sharp arrow. It passed through Bert, who was beside Leafia, and went straight for Leafia, who was rummaging through her backpack. Leafia seemed to have only just reacted at this moment. She turned her head and looked at the source of the sound of something breaking through the air. There, the silver snake had already scuttled in front of Leafia and opened its mouth, which was filled with two sharp fangs. A fishy smell came from the snake's mouth and hit Leafia's face. At this moment, Leafia felt as if time had stopped for her. Leafia! The first-level adventurers of Rocky's clan cried out in alarm. In the end, only one person reacted in time. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of a sword, a silver sword flashed through the air. Splat! Amidst the clear tearing sound, the silver snake that was scuttling toward Leafia was cut in half by the knight's sword with an indestructible attribute. Blood splattered everywhere. The one who attacked was naturally Noah, who was the one closest to Leafia and was protected in the middle as a support, just like Leafia. Seeing this scene, Finn and the rest could not help but sigh in relief. However, A's expression changed abruptly as she cried out in alarm. Don't! Almost at the same time as A's cry of alarm rang out, Noah suddenly pulled the backpack from his back into his hands and threw it to Gareth, who was in front of him. Yes. In front. Gareth, who was supposed to be at the back, was now in front of Noah and Leafia. The situation happened too suddenly, causing Leafia to fall behind and be overtaken by Gareth and Riveria, who were at the back. As for Noah, in order to save Leafia, he also fell behind. Thus, the first-level adventurers of Rocky's clan all overtook Noah and Leafia and rushed to the front. After throwing the backpack to Gareth, Noah did not hesitate and immediately hugged Leafia. Boom! An earth-shattering roar sounded. Following the explosion of the ground, raging flames that soared to the sky engulfed Noah and Leafia. Noah and Leafia, along with the ground they were standing on, were engulfed by the large fireball that came from the floor below. The pillar of fire soared to the sky and reached the ceiling. Their footing was destroyed, and in the raging flames that soared to the sky, the two figures that were embracing each other fell down together and disappeared in an instant. Seeing this happen with her own eyes, A's head heated up and she did not hesitate to explode, turning into a bullet that shot straight into the raging flames that soared to the sky. At the same time, with a clear clang, a bracelet fell to the ground. Wake up! In the midst of a chant that sounded like a clear spring, a whirlwind wrapped around A's body. Immediately after that, A's rushed directly into the raging flames and jumped into the hole. Boom! Another explosion sounded, but this time, the ceiling above could not withstand the impact of the raging flames and suddenly burst open. Debris fell all over the sky and buried the hole. Chapter 2043. Amidst the explosions, the magma-like hole was buried by the rubble from the ceiling. A thick cloud of dust was raised, and it was extremely pungent. Under such circumstances, Noah, A's, and Leafia disappeared from everyone's sight. A's. Both Tiona and Tiorn's expressions changed. Tisk. Bert also clicked his tongue. Just as he was about to rush over, he was immediately stopped. No one is allowed to return. Finn ordered in a strict tone. We can't stop. Otherwise, we'll be sniped. Keep going. Isn't this a little too much? Bert's expression became abnormally ugly. Do you think AIC will be fine if she brings those two burdens along and roams the lower floors alone? It will be fine. Finn answered without hesitation. As long as that man is here, no matter what, it won't be a problem to keep one life. What we need to worry about is ourselves. Everyone, keep going. This is the commander's order. Finn didn't care whether Bert would follow his orders or not. He immediately turned around and continued to rush forward. Let's go, Riveria also said. Finn's words are always right. Don't think about jumping into any random hole that has been blasted open. Gareth even warned them. With the floor as a barrier, the enemy won't be able to hit us 100%. But if you jump in directly, you'll be exposing yourselves to the muzzle of the cannon. If you die, you can only blame yourselves. After saying that, Riveria and Gareth followed Finn. Will it be fine? Finn is right. With that man here, rather than worrying about them, it's better to worry about ourselves. Tiona and Tiorn struggled for a moment before sighing. Then, they picked up their pace and chased after them. Only Bert was left. He clenched his fists and looked at the buried hole. He cursed angrily. Bastards! After that, Bert followed them and continued to rush through the labyrinth. Kaboom! After an unknown number of explosions, the scorching big fireball turned into a cannonball that soared into the sky and exploded in the entire crater. The soaring flames formed a deadly wave of fire, rolling in the space. In an instant, it enveloped several floors, dyeing everything in its path with a fiery red color, making people think of the inside of a volcano. It was extremely shocking. Terrifying heat filled the entire labyrinth. That high temperature was definitely able to melt a thick piece of steel into molten iron in an instant. If someone was directly engulfed by such a wave of fire, they would definitely turn into ashes in an instant. However, in the midst of such a spreading wave of fire, a brilliant white light suddenly shone. Clank! The dazzling white light suddenly expanded and covered the entire wave of fire in the blink of an eye. Under the cover of the white light, the boiling hot wave of fire suddenly trembled. It was as if it was neatly split apart, bursting out a dazzling white line. Bang! At the moment of the muffled explosion, the boiling hot wave of fire exploded and was truly split into neat blocks. Then, it scattered into sparks that filled the sky and dissipated in the air. Only then did the dazzling white light gradually converge, revealing the scene at the center. There, two figures were tightly hugging each other. They were directly floating in midair and did not fall down. Leafia opened her eyes with lingering fear as she muttered in a daze. I'm still alive. Yes. Noah hugged Leafia's slender waist with one hand and hugged her in his arms. Looking at Leafia, who subconsciously hugged him tightly, he laughed out loud. You're still alive for now, but I don't know what will happen later. Leafia was slightly startled. Under Leafia's startled gaze, Noah lowered his head, looked down, and said indifferently. After all, we're now exposing ourselves to the enemy's cannons. Hearing Noah's words, Leafia's pretty face stiffened. She lowered her head abruptly and looked down. In the next second, Leafia saw it. Hundreds of meters below, in a vast cavern, a few gigantic creatures were standing side by side, looking up at the sky. Their eyes flashed with a ferocious light. Looking at those gigantic creatures, Leafia's heart trembled again and again. No matter in which world, dragons were one of the most powerful creatures. This principle was also applicable in the underground city. All the adventurers believed that in the underground city, among the monsters of the same level, the most powerful existence was the dragon. Unless there was a floor owner. Otherwise, if there were dragon-type monsters on a floor, these dragon-type monsters would definitely be the most powerful existence on that floor. Therefore, out of fear of dragon-type monsters, the adventurers collectively called them the Monster Kings. At this moment, Leafia saw the kings of these monsters. Moreover, they were the Monster Kings from the 58th floor. Ooh 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 ooh. Amidst the earth-shaking dragon roars, in the cavern of the 58th floor, a few gigantic red dragons lined up and roared at Noah and Leafia in the distance. They were more than 10 meters long, even bigger than the floor owner on the 17th floor, Goliath. They stood on their feet but did not have wings. Looking at those gigantic red dragons roaring at the sky, Leafia squeezed out a voice with difficulty. Cannon dragon. Cannon dragon. That was the main culprit that turned the area from the 52nd floor into hell. It was a type of monster that only appeared on the 58th floor. Like its name, these gigantic red dragons could spit fireballs and launch cannons. Their cannons could bombard the 53rd to 57th floors all the way to the 52nd floor. Therefore, once an adventurer stepped onto the 52nd floor, these cannon dragons would all sense it and launch a merciless sniper attack at the enemy who was 5 or 6 floors away. What did this mean? It meant that once the adventurers stepped onto the 52nd floor, their enemies would no longer be limited to monsters on a single floor like before. From the 52nd floor onwards, the common sense of dungeons would no longer be useful. The reason for this was these cannon dragons. The gigantic red dragons that were more than 10 meters long roared in unison, slowly opening their ferocious mouths filled with sharp fangs. Inside, waves of violent flames began to surge and compress into shape in the mouths of the cannon dragons, turning into gigantic fireballs. The group of cannon dragons pointed their cannon muzzles, dragon mouths, directly above them and spat out scorching fireballs. The gigantic fireballs immediately exploded the ceiling above the cannon dragons, which was the floor of the 57th floor. They blasted the ground of each floor and soared into the sky, all the way to the 52nd floor. The cannons from the 58th floor must have caused Finn and the others to flee in panic, not daring to stay in the same place, right? One of the gigantic fireballs pierced through the ground of each floor that had already been blasted apart and shot toward Noah and Leafia, who were floating in the air. The heat wave had already arrived in front of Noah and Leafia. Just as Leafia's pretty face turned pale and a cold glint flashed across Noah's eyes, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out from above. A figure surrounded by formless wind and waves descended from the sky. Like a dazzling meteor, she shot straight toward the gigantic fireball that soared into the sky. Dong! Amidst the deafening explosion, the silver rapier was like a long spear as it pierced through the fireball that was shooting towards her. Waves of fire surged into the sky, but they were blown away by the wind that lingered around her slender body. Looking at the figure that suddenly descended and was surrounded by wind, Leafia cried out in surprise. Miss Ace. Hearing Leafia's call, Ace, who was holding the indestructible rapier and surrounded by wind, turned her head and looked at Noah and Leafia, who were floating in the air. The expression on her pretty face softened a little. Ace immediately spoke softly. Are you guys all right? I'm fine, Leafia hurriedly replied. As for Noah, he glanced at the surroundings and said, let's go. Something will happen very soon. Why did he say that? Because Noah and the other two were already surrounded. Roar, 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 roar. Amidst a dragon's roar that was completely different from the cannon dragons, purple-blue flying dragons that looked like pterosaurs flew out of the gaps in the floors and swarmed toward Noah and the others. Chapter 2044. In the past, before Loki's clan and Freya's clan had risen, Eulalia also had two of the most powerful clans known as the Double Kings, ruling the peak of the entire Maze City. One of the two clans was called Zeus's clan, and the other was called Hera's clan. Among them, Zeus's clan's main business was to explore the dungeon. Like Loki's clan, they were the most typical exploration-type clans. That clan had once reached the 59th floor, and until now, it still had the highest record of reaching the floor. And after Zeus's clan declined and was replaced by Loki's clan and Freya's clan, no one had ever reached the 59th floor again. Of course, Zeus's clan had also set foot on the 52nd floor and was bombarded from the 58th floor. The cross-floor sniping was not only like a joke, but also made the 52nd to 58th floors a real area. Even if the adventurers were lucky enough to avoid the cannon dragon sniping, it would lead to another danger. The floors were connected. Just like the middle floor had vertical holes that could connect the upper and lower floors, the cannon dragons would forcefully open the vertical holes on the 52nd to 58th floors. Then, in each connected floor, another kind of monster king would appear. That was, in the horizontal holes that connected the vertical holes like an ant's nest, there were flying dragons more than 3 meters long. For these monster kings with wings, the vertical holes that were forcefully opened by the cannon dragons were simply the gates of a cage. Once they appeared, the flying dragons would break free from the cage called the floor and attack the adventurers through the vertical holes opened by the cannon dragons. In other words, this was another kind of attack that ignored the floor. The cannon dragons and flying dragons, which were collectively known as the Monster Kings, were the factors that turned the 52nd to 58th floors into hell. Therefore, Zeus's clan who had set foot here called this area the Dragon's Kettle. It was a true Dragon's Kettle cave. Whoa, 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 whoa. The roars of the cannon dragons set off bursts of flames that were compressed between their ferocious fangs. Roar, 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 roar. The roars of the wyverns turned into waves that reverberated throughout the wilderness of the maze. While the cannon dragons on the 58th floor continued to bombard the first-level adventurers of Loki's clan on the 52nd floor, a dense group of flying dragons flew out from the horizontal holes on the 56th and 57th floors and surrounded Noah, Ace, and Leafia through the vertical holes. In terms of circumstances, there was really nothing worse and more dangerous than the current development. Not to mention, Leafia could not fly yet. Ace's ability to fly for a short period of time using magic was also about to reach its limit. Faced with the current situation, it couldn't get any worse. Ace's expression hardened. Just as she was about to attack, she was pulled into Noah's embrace by his other hand. Noah, who was hugging Ace with one hand and Leafia with the other, lowered his eyes and looked at the 58th floor several hundred meters below. He suddenly said this. Let's go straight to the 58th floor. Huh? Ace and Leafia were stunned. In response, Noah only said this one sentence. Let's get rid of all the cannon dragons and lure the surrounding wyverns away. This way, Finn and the rest won't be in danger. A's eyes lit up. Only Leafia had an uneasy expression on her face. There are only 3 of us. Can we deal with so many cannon dragons and wyverns? Is there a way? Noah curled his lips and smiled. We'll know once we try. As soon as he finished speaking. Swoosh! In the faint sound of the air being torn apart, Noah's figure suddenly turned into an arrow that left the bow and swooped down to the floor below. Roar, 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 roar. The wyverns that surrounded them saw that the enemy did not escape and instead rushed down. One after another, they let out angry roars and flapped the wings on their backs. Instead of retreating, they advanced and turned into a tide that surged up violently. In the blink of an eye, the adventurers from the sky and the monsters from the underground met resolutely and collided with a loud bang. There was no suspense. The large group of wyverns that had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers instantly engulfed Noah, A's, and Leafia's group. The 3 of them were completely submerged and could not be seen at all. However, almost at the same time, a light and lively voice sounded. Wind. In the instant that extremely short chant sounded, a gust of wild wind burst out from the wyverns. A's, who was surrounded by an invisible whirlwind, waved the thin sword in her hand fiercely, interweaving a series of silver sword flashes. Like a violent storm, she slashed in all directions. Slash slash slash. In the incomparably clear tearing sounds, the large wyverns were sliced into pieces by the sword array made of thin swords that were enhanced by wind and had increased attack power and sharpness. Fresh blood splattered on the ground. At this moment, A's, who was in Noah's arms, seemed to have transformed into a meat grinder. She weaved a sword dance that sang the song of death, beheading every wyvern that flew away. For a moment, minced meat flew everywhere, blood splashed, and the wyverns' miserable howls before their deaths resounded throughout the world. It was frightening. Undoubtedly, it was such a bloody scene. A's, who was constantly weaving the sword dance, did not let a single drop of blood touch her body. Her waist-length hair fluttered in the wind, and her cold and beautiful face was suffused with holiness. She gave off a sacred and inviolable feeling. This was the swordswoman. Even if she was as powerful as a ghost, the scene of her battle was as beautiful as a dance. That was why she received the word swordswoman. Hugging the world's most beautiful meat grinder, Noah shot down like a sharp arrow, turning himself and the others into a sharp knife, piercing through the densely packed wyverns that were violently surging towards them. Thus, Noah, A's, and Leafia's group of 3 crossed the 53rd floor, and even immediately crossed the 54th floor. Through the tunnel forcefully opened by the cannon dragons, they swept towards the 58th floor. Roar, 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 roar. Breaking out of the encirclement while holding an absolute advantage in numbers, the wyverns were furious. One after another, they let out roars that shook the air and chased after them. However, the wyverns seemed to understand how dangerous it was to approach them. They actually firmly hung behind Noah's group, opening their mouths and spitting out scorching flame bullets. These wyverns actually also knew how to use long-range breath attacks. However, there was a clear difference between the wyverns' breath attacks and the cannon dragons. At least, the cannon dragons' fireballs were as large as 3 or 4 meters in diameter, while the wyverns' flame bullets were only the size of a human head. It was obvious that they were proficient in different areas. However, although the quality was not high, the quantity was quite shocking. The flame bullets spat out by the wyverns formed a dense barrage that fell like raindrops, causing A's pupils to shrink abruptly. Just as the barrage of flame bullets was about to bombard the group, a violent magical force rose up. Clang! A dazzling white light burst out from Noah, who was carrying a young girl with both hands and had no free hands, and covered the group of 3 that swooped down. As soon as the flame bullets fell from the sky came into contact with the dazzling white light, they immediately paused one after another, and were immediately divided into cubes by the white lines one after another before exploding with a loud bang. The barrage that was enough to make any adventurer of a clan shudder was easily neutralized just like that. Pft, pft, pft. The silver sword sliced through the air, killing one after another flying dragons that were charging at him. Boom 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 boom. The dazzling white light constantly flickered, shattering the flame bullets that fell from the sky one after another. At this moment, Noah and Aze, one focused on defense while the other focused on attack, broke through the obstruction of countless wyverns along the way, and rushed through several floors as though they were unimpeded. Looking at Noah and Aze, Leafia couldn't react for a long time, and could only murmur softly. So powerful, 2 people. Just 2 people, and they actually strangled a large group of wyverns in hell, which was known as the Dragon Pot, as though there was no resistance. Compared to these 2 people, she was really nothing. Not only was she of no help, but she was also a hindrance. After all, if it wasn't for her, Noah wouldn't have fallen from the 52nd floor, and Aze wouldn't have rushed down from the 52nd floor as well. In the end, she was still a hindrance. Thinking of this, Leafia bit her lips, and her eyes burned with fighting spirit. I definitely don't want to be a hindrance. Chapter 2045. The roars of the wyverns reverberated throughout the entire underground maze, causing the monsters that could neither fly nor leave their respective floors to tremble. Noah was still carrying AIC and Leafia as he dove down at an extremely fast speed. Dazzling white light bloomed from his body from time to time, shattering all the fiery bullets that attacked him as he plunged downwards without slowing down. However, the closer he got to the 58th floor, the more obvious the obstacles became. Wyverns flapped their wings continuously from the horizontal holes of the various floors and flew out in groups. Like moths to a flame, they swarmed towards Noah and his party in a dense swarm. As time passed, the number of wyverns increased, causing AIC, who was constantly swinging her sword, to feel a little strenuous. At the same time, the great crimson dragon that had been firing cannons at the first-year adventurers of the Loki clan began to turn its attention to Noah, AIC, and Leafia, who were diving down. It roared while aiming its huge mouth that was filled with compressed flames at them. Seeing this scene clearly, Noah and AIC's eyes flashed. Just as the 2 of them were about to make their moves, a third person's voice rang out. Proud warriors, archers of the forest, advancing raiders in front, pick up your bows, respond to the voice of your brethren, knock your arrows. The sudden melodious chant startled Noah and AIC. Although they didn't stop what they were doing, they turned their gazes in another direction. Ignite the flames, lights of the forest, I command you to release your arrows. Fire arrows of the elves, rain down like rain, burn the barbarians. Leafia, who was being carried by Noah on the other side, had raised the wand in her hand at some point in time. She pointed it downwards, her red lips spitting out clear syllables that sounded like water droplets dripping onto a plate. Amidst the melodious chant, an incomparably mysterious magical formation suddenly appeared at the tip of the wand that Leafia was pointing downwards. It wasn't a magical formation in the true sense of the word. In this world, except for a few special spells, magical formations wouldn't appear when the rest of the spells were used. However, if someone had learned the development ability of Magitech, then a magical formation would appear when they used magic. This magical formation represented the development ability of Magitech. It could enhance the power of magic, expand the range of effect, increase the efficiency of mental strength, and various other benefits when using magic. It was the symbol of a high-grade sorcerer. As the successor of Olivelia, the most powerful sorcerer in Orly, it was impossible for Leafia not to have learned the development of magic conduit. Thus, at the tip of Leafia's wand, complex patterns were drawn on the multiple rings that had been constructed using her mental strength that had been converted into mana. The patterns flickered with a thick golden light, illuminating Leafia's beautiful face. In the next second, Leafia opened her eyes. Suddenly, a surge of flames appeared within the magic array, condensing into thick flame spears that filled the area in front of the magic array. Fire javelins. A rain of fire arrows suddenly descended. Fire javelins that filled the sky fell from the sky, explosively shooting down, forming a barrage of attacks that fell downwards like a torrential downpour. Bang, 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 bang. As a series of continuous explosions rang out, a large amount of flames burst forth, causing waves of fire to sweep out. The flames enveloped the wyverns that charged out from the holes on the various floors, engulfing all of the monsters. The wyverns didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were incinerated, and they were buried in the sea of fire along with their magic stones. As for the cannon wyverns on the 58th floor, although they managed to survive by relying on their tough scales, their huge bodies were also continuously bombarded by the rain of fire javelins. They let out painful howls, and the large fireballs that were compressed in their mouths directly exploded, injuring the cannon wyverns' mouths. Ha, 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 Leafia began to pant, and her face became much paler. It was obvious that she had used up a lot of her mental strength. However, Leafia's magic, which used up almost all of her mental strength, allowed Noah and AIC's path to be unobstructed. Even the cannon wyvern's sniping was forced to stop. The result of the battle could not be said to be bad. Finn was right. Leafia was indeed very outstanding. Although she was only at LV3, her strong mental strength and the magic power that had been trained to the maximum level made the elven girl's magic power extremely shocking. Moreover, Leafia also had a skill to assist her. The skill was called Fairy Pursuit. The effect of the skill was very simple, which was to double the effect of attacking magic. The combination of the two made it so that although Leafia was only at LV3, the power of her magic was enough to threaten LV5 and LV6 first-level adventurers. Under the surprised gazes of Noah and AIC, Leafia forced a smile. I will also help the two of you, please don't forget about me. This sentence made Noah and AIC laugh. Leafia. AIC said sincerely. Thank you, well done. Noah smiled indifferently. Thanks to you, we are here. Under Noah's words, the vertical hole connecting the 57th and 58th levels was penetrated by Noah. Whoosh! In the sharp sound of the air being torn apart, Noah shot down. His body spun, and he suddenly fell madly. He suddenly kicked hard on the head of a cannon wyvern. Bang! The kick, which carried an astonishing amount of power, caused the cannon wyvern's head to explode. A large amount of minced meat and brain matter splattered everywhere. The big red dragon that had lost its head fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of sand. Noah carried the two girls and landed directly on the body of the cannon wyvern that had fallen to the ground dead. The whole place was suddenly silent. A few cannon wyverns widened their eyes and stared above the corpse of their companion that was covered by the sand. Their eyes flashed with ferocious light. Against the ferocious light, Noah, A's, and Leafia slowly revealed themselves amidst the flying sand. They looked at the huge red dragons with different expressions. Leafia was panting as she raised her magic wand. AIC held the thin sword in her hand tightly. Her crystal-clear eyes didn't waver at all. Noah glanced at the surroundings and then met the ferocious eyes of the huge red dragons. The corners of his mouth slowly rose. Ooh, 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 ooh. Roar, 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 roar. The cannon wyverns and the wyverns that surged out from the big hole in the ceiling surrounded Noah, AIC, and Leafia. They let out resounding roars, causing the dangerous atmosphere at the scene to suddenly rise. A battle was about to break out. On the other side, the level 1 adventurers of Loki's clan who were galloping on the 52nd floor immediately noticed the abnormality. Tiona tilted her head and said in confusion. Did the cannon fire stop? It seems so. Tiona frowned. Why did it suddenly stop? Don't tell me there's something else. Bert smacked his lips fiercely. That's enough. No, I don't think it's that. Riveria shook her head. If there's really something else, we wouldn't have been able to escape from the 58th floor in the previous expedition. Also, did you notice? Gareth looked around and said. The wyverns don't seem to have appeared either. In other words, the two biggest obstacles that prevented them from reaching the 58th floor had disappeared. My thumb also stopped trembling. It seems that the crisis is over. Finn suddenly smiled. Needless to say, it must be the doing of those three little guys. Tiona looked at Finn. In other words, Big Brother, AIC, and Leafia have taken care of the cannon wyverns and wyverns? I don't think they've taken care of them. Perhaps they've just restrained them, Finn said. That's why we have to go to the lower floors as soon as possible to support them. Should we jump in from those holes? Tiona asked. Since the cannon wyverns have stopped sniping, we don't have to worry anymore, right? No, even if the cannon wyverns stop sniping, the wyverns' threat can't be ignored. If we jump in recklessly, we might be entangled by the wyverns. That's not worth it. Finn shook his head. That's why we should take advantage of this time to hurry up and advance using the regular route. It'll be faster that way. Everyone nodded in agreement.